let us see what we can do to join these media warriors and help promote this gospel, Mazi.
All right, Mazi, in every struggle, of course, there are departments, okay? And every department must be acknowledged and, of course, admonished and recognized, you know? Of course, our media warriors are those who fight our media wars when there is one, you know? And, of course, that is why sometimes our leader comes on air, he acknowledges them and what have you. Yeah. So what I want to say to them is to those who are doing something good to do what? Continue doing what they are doing. And when you are doing that, don't forget that this is IPOB. We have a what? A code of conduct.
Yes.
We have hierarchies.
Yes.
We have, you know, when you go to do your battle as a media warrior, don't do it as what? An independent person. Do it as somebody who is still under IPOB structure. Mm-hmm. Do you understand? Because
yes,
if you understand that, it will help you. There are things you don't say. There are things you do what? You say.
Yes.
There is where you start, there is where you what? You stop.
Yes.
But overall, Mazi, you cannot not acknowledge people who are helping us fight our battle. I remember when Asari Dokubo was attacking our leader. Our leader was not saying anything. It is those media warriors that are also fighting Asari Dokubo. But all I'm saying is, let us know where to start and where to do what? End.
Yes.
We must not do things, that people will look at and say, okay, your person said this. And then we look at ourselves and say, but this is not how we operate as IPOB. It is not our code of conduct. It is nothing. So make sure whatever you do is in line. If you're going to use the name of IPOB to go on social media, make sure whatever you are going to say is in line with what we believe in. It's in line with our policies, our procedures, our code of conduct. Very, very important. We need to sing from the same hymn. And that is just my thing. So, Mazi, I think they're doing a great job. They will.
Thank you very much, Mazi Ikechukwu. That was Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha. I cannot, Barrister Ikechukwu Onoha. I'm still trying to get used to.
Yes, I know.
The change of. I'm still getting used to it, Barrister. Don't be offended. Spending time like this studying for a profession, especially a professional course like that, it is something that we must appreciate. It is not easy, especially when you have people who are even relying on you. You have the struggle. This is a conversation we should be having some other time. How did you do it?
Mazi, I wake up midnight. I don't sleep. I just don't sleep. I wake up midnight to study. And I will study till 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. And then I have to get to a bath and start going to work. When I come back, I'm down. That is why sometimes I don't come on air. People don't understand why Ikechukwu Onoha is not coming on air. Some say he has run away with his 2,000 salary. So, but it's just, it is hectic. But you know what? I'm going to encourage everybody who's listening to me here. It is not late. It is not too late to be something in life. It is not too late to do what? To study. It is all about determination. Mazi, whatever the heart of a man can conceive and believe, the heart can achieve. So I came to South Africa. You know, South Africa is a country where there is no job. You know that. Our people are not working here because we don't have, it's either you start your own business, open up a shop and whatever. Yeah. But to work in South Africa is not easy. But I say to myself, I am going to succeed in South Africa. And to succeed, I know it will take me time. Mas, I've been in this country for 20-something years. I knew it would take me time to get where I'm going. So I was cool-headed. Serving my nation at the same time, even in as much as you need to wear a tough skin. Critics is welcome. Critics is welcome. People are going to talk about you. Nothing wrong with that. Let them talk. It's important. At least some of the things they say might be true. Then you listen, then you do what you change, you amend. But if they're saying things that are not true, ignore. You continue, and then life goes on.
Thank you very much, Mazi. I still want to remind you that you are listening to Frankly Speaking. This is Hello Motherland on Radio Biafra. You can listen to Radio Biafra by tuning into your transistor radio at 102.1 FM. 102.1 FM from any part of Biafra land, even from different parts of the zoo. You can tune in. You can also download our app, which is IPOB Community Radio, You can download it from any app store, or you can download Radio
will continue to do my best, and I will continue to serve Biafrans, and I will not let you down. May God bless Biafra. May God bless Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Day one.
Thank you very much, Mazi. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Biafrans, you have heard it this evening. This evening, this program is so as to encourage us in this time of trial, in this time of need. It is very, very important that we hear from each other, not just about issues disturbing the zoo, because it is also possible, it is also very necessary for us to have personal conversations, and that is how we will grow further in this journey of life. Thank you very much once more for being part of this program this evening. We will come to you next week. I will not tell you who will be next on the line to be here, and we get to know him better, get to know his journey, because it is an encouragement for all of us. Therefore, I say good evening, good afternoon, and good night. And remember, our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, of us. Therefore, I say good evening, good afternoon, and good night. And remember, our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu,
peace must be our goal and our guide. And all that we strive for as a human family, dignity and hope, progress and prosperity, depends on peace. But peace depends on us.
Good morning, Africa. Good morning, the world, wherever you are in the world. Thank you very much for watching Punchline Africa television. This is the only television in the world, in Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa, that talks about Africa. What ails Africa? What kills Africa? Where are we? Why are we the continent with perennial conflicts? Why are our people abusing human rights? Why are people being killed? Why is there Boko Haram? Why is there Al-Shabaab? Why is there a war in northern Mozambique? Today from Cairo to Cape Town, Dar es Salaam to Lagos, Lagos to Abuja, Abuja to Port Harcourt, Gabon. Today from Maputo to Rwanda, Kinshasa, Accra, Tripoli. What is happening in Tripoli makes Africa look a very bad continent. My show this morning is a simple show. I'm going to see what we can do for Africa. I have stood firm for the last 5 years. I've stood firm on this television station, stood by the people of Biafra. I am not going to be intimidated, but I will ask the questions that are supposed to be asked. General Buhari has not answered my questions for the last 5 good years. I have sent messages for them to answer why people in that great nation of Africa, with a population of 220 million people, why are people dying? Why are human rights abuses taking place? Why are tribes, the Fulani killing the Igbo, Christians being killed by Islamists, Boko Haram taking people, killing people day and night, abducting young girls who should be in school? I want General Buhari. I am also a general. I left the army with a rank lower than yours, but in the rank of a brigadier general by rebel activities that I've conducted worldwide to struggle, the struggle for my country. We shook hands and we left. But I want to ask a question. Why have you left Nigeria to collapse, an economic big hub for the people of Africa? We look at you with the huge population, and you are there as a president, claiming to be a president. Then you have no moral authority. You promised people in your first term, General Buhari, that you will finish Boko Haram in 100 days. Are you part of Boko Haram? These are the questions that I want to put across. Our television station wants people to understand why Nigeria is collapsing, why Nigeria is disintegrating. Is there a state called Nigeria anymore? Because I don't see it. It has fallen to bandits, hostage takers, kidnappers, Boko Haram, people coming, corruption, people coming in the southeast killing people. The people of Onitsha. I have a friend in Onitsha who always documents everything. And by the way, Buhari, I'm also an international lawyer. I'm waiting for Fatou Bensouda to leave the scene. If they have spared you there, I'm going to take you there. I have a right as a citizen, as a member of the United Nations, as a member of International Criminal Court. My country has signed a signatory to ICC. I'll deliver you there. It doesn't need a Nigerian to deliver you in the ICC. So take note on this show. And understand, we are not joking. You might joke with Nigerians whom you cut their limbs off every day. But some of us are going to take serious international channels to make sure that you land in, whether you get as a president today or a former president, you will be answerable to the atrocities that you have committed against the people of Nigeria and the Biafran people. Thank you very much. My guest today in the studio, whom I'm interviewing, this is the general headquarters of Punchline Africa Television. We want to take the opportunity to thank the government of Republic of Kenya, the East African community, the African continent, for listening to our plea, giving us the freedom to discuss issues that destroy Africa. We have no regrets for stating statements truthfully what is going on in Africa. The truth is that there is no Nigeria anymore. And if Africans are waiting for Nigeria, and they go to AU and they say, we have Nigeria, we have Buhari, maybe we have Buhari 6.1 feet, but we don't have Nigeria. I have no good words. His Excellency, President Buhari, has to pull up his socks. We are crying for the Nigerians, for the state of Nigeria. It is collapsing. The killings, the murder, the rape, the defilement, the destruction of property, the slaughter of youth, because of one thing they ask for, freedom to express themselves, is what makes me very upset. But let me cool down and I come to my guest. My guest today is Mr. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of indigenous people of Biafra. Welcome to the show, Mr. Nnamdi Kanu.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, and thank you for having me on your wonderful program today. It's an honor. I've been looking forward to for a very long time. For very many years we've been watching, and I'm glad to be here today.
Thank you very much. Today we are honored, and we want to start off by giving you a chance for us to know you, because many of my people in Kenya, and as you are aware, Kenya is the chairperson of Africa Peace Security Council. The authorities in this country, Kenya, are watching. They want to know the difficulties that you have. Two, Kenya also has a lot of Nigerian refugees who have come to Kenya to apply for asylum, especially from the southeast of the Biafran area. They are here, and we should not keep quiet and tell lies. There are many here. They want to know in East Africa, in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Zimbabwe. I've found very many of them. Zimbabwe has given them a lot of asylum. We want to know you. Who are you, sir?
I am Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. I represent every aspiration and hope that over 70 million people harbor all over the world. Our job is to restore Biafra in peace and not in pieces by seeking a very simple route via a UN-supervised referendum or plebiscite, as the case may be. We are here to restore our land to the way it was before the white man came. What we are doing is nothing against Nigeria per se. What we are trying to say is Nigeria as presently constituted is not working, and we are doing all we can to try to raise the levels of human development, of our understanding, education, health sector, the economy, and all the rest of it. If we continue to remain in Nigeria, not just are we going to suffer, but the whole continent of Africa is going to suffer as a result, as a consequence of the ineptitude, the corruption, the backwardness, the retrogressive mindset of the people who are presently in charge of that very place. Initially, most people tend to see us as not being Pan-African enough. I am a Pan-Africanist. I believe in the unity of the African states. My preference will be for Africa to have one nation, one government, one people, even one language if it is possible. I am a subscriber to the very fine influence of Kiswahili amongst the people of East Africa. And I wouldn't mind if that were to be the lingua franca for sub-Saharan Africa. I don't mind at all. But we must face reality and we must face facts. We as Africans are tribal by nature. We are ethnic by nature. That is why every Christmas, every Easter, every celebration that we have, we go back to where we come from. We go to our villages. We go to our town. That is who we are. And we're not going to deny that. What we are trying to do is to reassert who we are before the white man came and destroyed every vestige of honor and dignity that we once had. And in Biafra, we are going to restore that. And from Biafra, the rest of Black Africa will also be free. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for explaining the position of Pan-Africanism. Because critics talk about, as much as we are Pan-African station, we always talk about Pan-African unity. But I've argued my case before the AU and said, you cannot talk of Pan-African unity. One part of Africa is bleeding. How that cannot be? In Nigeria, there's one party bleeding. In Gabon, Cameroon, there's one party bleeding. We can't talk about Pan-African and leave people who are bleeding. I am happy that you have touched the word Pan-Africanism. Many Africans, including your former leaders, have said Nigeria needs rearrangement. I picked something from you. I want to see this rearrangement. What is this? Babangida. Former President Babangida said Nigeria needs a rearrangement. Yes. Because it can't work anymore. The marriage cannot work. It is true that the marriage cannot work. It is true that the people, the Igbo, are discriminated. When they go to Abuja, they are told go home. Where yet the home is Nigeria. Abuja is Nigeria. I've done investigative work undercover and I've discovered all these things. I'm not being told by you. But I've been with my Nigerian people who have actually ended up being discriminated in their own country. So given this scenario, I want to find out from you, from what perspective do you think Africa should come in, the whole of Africa should come in to bring the plight of the Biafran people, the indigenous people, whom you have been fighting for? How do we come in as Pan-Africans?
How you can come in is by doing what very courageous leaders in Africa did in relation to the case of South Sudan. Because in the case of Nigeria, the center can no longer hold. Everyone knows, the whole world is aware of the fact that we are ideologically, psychologically, culturally, religiously, and socially diverse. There is no meeting point. It's a very good thing that you talked about East Africa, for instance. In East Africa, there is some semblance of cohesion because Kiswahili is the lingua franca. Perhaps somebody from Uganda may understand somebody, or should I say some people from Tanzania. Some Tanzanians may be able to understand somebody, let's say, from Rwanda, because they speak the same language, they have the same understanding. So that is a basis for building something called a national cohesion. In the case of Nigeria, that is conspicuously absent. It doesn't exist. Now, the fact of the matter is this. Africa, the way it is presently set up and constituted, are merely colonial constructs, where you have people coexisting happily together. Perhaps they are very fortunate. In the case of West Africa and Nigeria in particular, I have nothing, and I repeat, nothing in common with your average Fulani person. I have more things in common with even a white British person than I do with a Fulani person. I mean, we have nothing in common. Their value system is markedly different from ours. We cannot see eye to eye. I give a very simple example. The recent case of the banning of the movement of cattle on foot in the southern part of Nigeria, for instance. In the north, that is a normal thing for them to have. But in the south, it is absolutely strange having people walking around your neighborhood with AK-47. At the slightest provocation, they kill people. That type of culture is alien to those of us from the south. And that's what we are trying to say. And it's a very good thing that we are not alone in seeking for a distinct, or should I say, separate identity. Our Oduduwa, our Yoruba brothers are also asking for the same thing, because they too have come to the realization that this Nigeria is unworkable. The Middle Belt is doing the same thing. It is not born out of hatred for anybody. That is the mistake that people keep making all the time. Most analysts and, should I say, news journalists tend to think that somehow we hate Nigeria. Of course, that is not the case. What we deplore, what we detest and cannot live with is the level of hypocrisy, the level of ethnic jingoism going on, being, of course, perpetrated by the Fulani people. And this is what I want all Pan-Africanists to be able to see, that Biafra will be there piloting and moving the affairs of the whole of Africa forward. Because we have said it repeatedly, without Biafra standing on its own, the rest of Africa will continue to suffer and to flounder. And for us to be able to get to where we are supposed to be to, there has to be a very comprehensive and holistic rearrangement of the present state of Nigeria. You are well aware. I ask you to go and read at the comments and statements coming from Katina Lang, the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, for the every international norm and diplomatic protocol. That's what's happening in Nigeria. Nigeria doesn't exist as a country. It's not a nation. It's not a state. Nigeria is just a merely business enterprise. That everyone with a vested interest in Nigeria, by which I mean most European countries with their companies in the oil and gas sector in Nigeria, all they want to do is to exploit and to take away without adding anything in. Ogoni hasn't been cleaned up. People are dying in River State, right across from Iguacha and then the coastal region. Everywhere you go, there is mayhem and disorder. In Lagos this morning, the same thing. Everywhere you go to, Nigeria is crumbling because there is a palpable agenda of the Fulani Janjaweed Caliphate to take over the lands belonging to indigenous populations. And we have said no to that. We're not going to allow it, and we're not going to have it.
Okay. Thank you very much. You brought me to a very serious question. A question that has been nagging both the locals, Africans on the continent, and the question of external darker forces. You have just mentioned people who are running the show, the oil companies. For example, they are watching. They have never raised anything on BBC, CNN, or international agencies. We don't hear, apart from we struggling as Africans ourselves, these agencies are not helping to say there are human rights abuses in Nigeria. For example, Nigeria, the American embassy closed its consulate in Abuja because of the huge numbers of people applying for asylum to go to the United States. But American embassy did not go far, and the American government did not go far to condemn and put sanctions on Buhari for failing to contain the malaise that has killed Nigeria. Two, if you look at the Total Oil, Shell BP, they have taken part in extraction of minerals, oil, and so on and so forth. They are doing it when they are seeing human rights abuses in the southeast of Nigeria. What do you say about that?
It is because we allowed them to. Total is an oil company, it's a private concern. Of course, it's a huge corporation, we know that. The same goes for Shell, for BP, for Halliburton, for ExxonMobil and all the rest of them. They operate the way they like in Africa because we've allowed them to. I was in Texas a few months ago. Most of these oil companies are there. But the type of environmental degradation and damage that we're witnessing in Biafra land do not obtain in Texas, because there they have laws governing their operation, how they exploit, how they, extract and distribute this very vital natural resource. But because Nigeria, I think it's a cliche that Nigeria is corrupt. What people don't understand is the depth of the damaging effect of corruption that you have. And I'll give a very simple example. We cannot expect white people to have regard for us when we do not have regard for ourselves. That can never ever happen. Do you know that in Nigeria they import fuel? Are you aware that Nigeria imports petrol?
Yes, I've seen the queue. I've seen the queue at the petrol station. Yes.
Do you know that Nigeria imports kerosene? Oh. They have 5 viable state-of-the-art refineries. Not one of them is functioning, not one single one. When white people are operating in such an environment, seeing how foolish and how stupid the entire country is in terms of their priorities, how do you then expect them to have respect for you or have regard for you? They can go into our land, they can pollute it. Katrina Lang, the British High Commissioner to Nigeria, can be running the show, or she likes, because there seems to be a recognition that these people do not reason like human beings. That is the fact. That is the fact. Tell me what an ambassador will be doing, crisscrossing the entire nation, telling them how to run their security architecture, telling them who to kill and who to spare. Our lawyer had the mom killed 2 days ago. Barrister Okorafo, the mother was assassinated only 2 days ago. All because he was exposing what the army is doing to innocent people. That tells you all you need to know about Nigeria. Nigeria is an albatross around the neck of Africa. Nigeria is the only country in Africa actually dragging Black Africa backwards because of their ineptitude, because of their criminal mindset, and because of the drive of the Fulani to dip the Quran in the Atlantic Ocean. That is the problem. There is nothing wrong with Islam, don't get me wrong. There are some very wrong interpretations of the religion of Muhammad that the Fulanis are using as a driving factor in their push to take over the land belonging to the indigenous people all across Nigeria. They've done the same thing to a relative extent in the Middle Belt. They took a chunk of Yoruba land in Ilorin, where they have an emirate today. The same thing they're trying to do in our land, and we said no to it. And the whole world is there. The US mission is in Nigeria. The UK is in Nigeria, EU is in Nigeria, the UN is in Nigeria, and there is wholesale murder and slaughter of people going on in Biafra as I speak to you right now. This very minute. The same people, they claim they know where Boko Haram is from where they launched the attack. The same country is openly supporting ISIS in West Africa. Go to the newspaper pages yesterday, you will see it there. Nigeria government actually supporting ISIS to take over the terror franchise from Boko Haram. They're not hiding it anymore. There's a terrorist who is there as a minister. Now tell me which country in the world will allow a terror sympathizer to be a minister of state only in Nigeria. How can such a country be allowed to exist? Because of what some corrupt people are gaining in America. Because of what some corrupt individuals are gaining from Europe. Because of the corrupt tendencies of Katrina Lang, who is the UK High Commissioner to Nigeria. That is what is happening to us. And because we have no reason up to challenge this very orthodoxy of repression and oppression, that is why that woman keeps gallivanting all over the place, deciding who should live and who should be killed. It is not the fault of Total, not the fault of Shell, not the fault of Mobil. We allowed them, we created the environment to allow them to be so corrupt that now they're controlling our lives. And that is what Biafra will be to an end. I did not say that Biafra will stop the business of Total. I never said I will not do business with Shell. No, not at all. But it has to be business between two human beings, not a set of human beings and one set of animals. Thank
you very much for that question. Let me come back to the question of referendum. You parted ways, and most of us have parted ways with Buhari about the referendum. The people of Biafra have said, and the entire Nigeria, not only Biafra, most people that I meet or whom I've met, including Obasanjo, several times I've confronted Obasanjo. By the way, me and Obasanjo, we can't sit on the table for 2 minutes without exchanging tables because I can't manage. I have asked, and Obasanjo asked, why don't you give a referendum? The marriage is broken. The marriage is gone. The marriage is not worth it. Do you think the referendum issue now can help to stabilize Nigeria? And if so, when and how can African Union, the Commonwealth, the European Union, and the UN can help to make sure that this referendum is put in place?
The only way to go is a referendum, because I am a Democrat at heart. I believe that the democratic will of the people must be expressed at all times, and that is the basic governing principle of any viable society. I am an advocate of referendum, and the sooner they conduct it, the better. It's been muted in the past through their so-called rejigging of their constitution, through their so-called sovereign national conference, which has been coming on and off from time to time. Any new arrangement that seeks to keep Nigeria together as one must be subject to the will of the people. So either way, a referendum is going to come anyway. It may be delayed, but it is ultimately going to come. Now, one thing you must understand is this. There are very corrupt countries around the world. Maybe on the surface of it, they are not corrupt. But they have very corrupt operators that will prefer Nigeria to remain in the very hopeless state that it is in at the moment. Nigeria is in a very hopeless state. A lot of people are making money by virtue of the corrupt nature of Nigeria. Do you know that Shell BP can sell 1 million barrels of crude oil in a day and only report that they only sold 100? Do you know there is no meter? Where the crude oil is being loaded onto the tankers at the terminal in Biafra land where I come from, there is no meter. You can take as much as you like and declare whatever you like. These interests want to keep Nigeria one. Every ambassador to Nigeria gets a welcome handshake of $1 million. Once you're posted to Nigeria from a well-to-do country, so to speak, the ambassador is bribed immediately there and then. That is how you start your work. You will not believe what I'm about to tell you. Do you know that the U.S. ambassador to Nigeria organized, or should I say convinced the Biden administration to allow the U.S. military to come for an exercise in the Gulf of Guinea in order to checkmate Biafra and Ambazonia, freedom fighters? The same people did not go to the north, where they have Boko Haram, where they have ISIS, where they have Ansaru, where they have Fulani headsmen terrorists. People tormenting, killing, raping, kidnapping, and pillaging on every blessed day they do this. Do you know that it is not the recommendation of the U.S. ambassador to Nigeria that U.S. must commit their troops to the north? But they are in the Gulf of Guinea, exercising, saying that we're there to fight crime both on land and on sea. But there is no crime going on. The places where the crimes are going on are all in the Sharia north. And I want to bring you back to this idea of referendum once again. Do you know that the northerners, the Fulani people, they agitated for Sharia in the 12 northern Fulani-controlled states of Nigeria, excluding Middle Belt? Do you know that your good friend, as you are saying, Obasanjo, get it to them?
It's not my
referendum. Tell your good friend, because I hate him more than you do.
Okay.
The man is a joke. Let me tell you this. Do you know that the Fulanis campaigned, including Buhari, of course, the late one who is in Saudi Arabia somewhere in a shallow grave? Do you know that these people campaigned for Sharia to be introduced in Fulani-controlled northern states? I think about 12 or 13 states. There was no hoo-ha. Nobody opposed them. In other words, the Fulanis themselves have divided Nigeria into two by virtue of their insistence on having Sharia. That is why today the Chief Justice of Nigeria is a Sharia lawyer, not a secular lawyer, not a secular judge, a Sharia court judge elevated to the position of the Chief Justice of a secular federation. Now you tell me.
Your Excellency, Nnamdi Kanu, is this the man, the Chief Justice, who said his papers were eaten by termites?
That's correct, yes. It's him.
Oh my God.
That's the type of
yes, continue.
It's him. He is a Sharia court. He's an alkali in a Sharia court. But today, he is the Chief Justice of a secular state practicing common law. How do you expect us to accept such nonsense? Who in their right mind will live under such condition? Who in their right mind will? That is what we want Africans to understand. It's not that we hate anybody. We are Pan-Africanists. I want one Africa. I want one united Africa. But an Africa found on the basis of justice, fairness, equity, and progress. Not one found on retrogression, on backwardness, on corruption, on stealing, and on looting. That tells you all you need to know about Nigeria. Can you tell me why they're deploying troops to Biafra at the moment? Killing people every blessed day. The same people drafting or asking their troops to be deployed to Biafra land, they know where Boko Haram are. They know where to find ISIS in the north. But they will not go and confront them. It's only to come to the east to kill people because we are peaceful. Such injustice we are no longer prepared to tolerate. And that is why, referendum or no referendum, we are going. We are going. It's as simple as that.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Nnamdi Kanu. Let me bring you back to 1966. Several constitutions had been negotiated, but none addressed the fundamental question of social justice differences, political tensions, economic marginalization, competition, ethnic imbalances. In all this, from 1966, several constitutions have been brought. People started fighting. In 67, the war ended. Since then, military took power. Obasanjo, Babangida, another one who died, and another one, several of them. The changes, nobody has been mentioning what ails Nigeria. At the center of it, it looks like you are mentioning it now. I can see, any observer on Nigeria can see your plight, like just as we can see the plight of many African countries. When you talk of 13 states having Sharia law, a chief justice who says his papers were eaten by termites becomes the chief justice based on Sharia law and using common law. Now, should the changes be made and should the adjustment be made, is there any hope that Nigeria remains alone? This is a question from a very senior head of state in Africa. He has asked me just now, I should put it to you. It's from southern part of Africa. Can Nigeria remain together in case these are addressed? Yes, sir.
It is up to the people of Nigeria to decide if they want to be together or not. During a referendum or a plebiscite, I'm only entitled to just one vote. Only one vote. It is now left for the people to decide what to do. That is why we said to Nigeria, we don't want to break away unilaterally. We want it to be done with the consent of the people. And during the early life of this APC terrorist regime in Nigeria, they did actually mute the idea. They discussed it among themselves that whatever new arrangement is being proposed must be subject to the will of the people. I will say to that question, let the people decide. Anything they decide, I'll go with it. Anything that people come together to decide, this is what we want to do, I will submit myself to because I am a Democrat. What I'm trying to say is that the present condition of Nigeria is no longer tenable. It is no longer tenable. It cannot be tolerated any longer. And that's why we're doing what we can legally and legitimately to bring it to an end.
Okay. Let's come to African Union. President Uhuru Kenyatta is the chairperson of Africa, or Kenya is the chairperson of African Union Peace Security Council. He sits, is the chairperson of all peace and security arrangement in Africa. He is also a member of United Nations Security Council, representing Sub-Saharan Africa. He has huge numbers of Nigerians seeking asylum every day in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania. What do you want him to hear? What do you want him to hear now? What message do you give to them, to the AU, that the situation is not as they think, so that people can wake up and help you?
What I want President Uhuru Kenyatta to understand is this. Contrary to all the fallacious lies and misinformation coming from Nigeria, we are not against African unity. We want Africa to prosper. And what is happening from what you said, what they're experiencing now in Kenya and in other East African countries in terms of the huge numbers of people seeking refugee status and asylum is indicative of the decay and the death that Nigeria is going through at the moment. And unless they step in now to do the right thing, believe you me, they will get millions upon millions of people asking for asylum in their countries in no distant future. Let it not be said that the disintegration of Nigeria will somehow bring an end to Africa's cohesion and unity. It is a lie. It's a lie. It will strengthen it. Nigeria is the country dragging Africa backwards, being purportedly the most populous nation, black nation in the world, with vast reserves of oil and gas in my land in Biafra. A lot has been expected of Nigeria over the years, but each time they have failed. If you go to a place like Rwanda that I'm sure you have been to, if you go to Kigali and see what Paul Kagame has been able to do with meager resources that they have, I am sure the same transformation is taking place all across Ethiopia, taking place all across Kenya. You can see viability of economic life and prospect. None of that exists in Nigeria. They only sell crude oil and they import everything, including refined petrol as well. What I want African leaders to understand today is this, that Nigeria is the problem of Africa. If you terminate Nigeria, it's like a cancer growing somewhere on the body of Africa. Once you get rid of Nigeria, believe you me, Africa will spring to life. Let them not be deceived. Don't allow yourselves to be deceived to think that we need this huge country with huge population and vast natural resources to be relevant in the world, on the world stage. That is a lie. Because the size of Nigeria, the way it is today, was predetermined by our colonial masters. Britain said, we want to use Nigeria to influence every other country in Africa. That was their game plan. Britain wanted to control Africa through Nigeria. It's there in the official documents. And I'm saying to Africans today, don't allow that to happen. As you say, the level of Fulani mediocrity in Nigeria has made it almost impossible. The best way for us to go is for Africans to understand that Nigeria is a tumor, a cancerous tumor, very dangerous one. Cut it out and Africa will be free.
Okay. Thank you very much. I just want you to take a slow pace now. I want to come to ask a question that has happened to me also. We seem to be swimming in the same field. That's why you see we are the same. The loss of your parents. You did not attend. I also did not attend the death of my father. I have never buried him. I am in the same category like you. I want us to go slow and say, we are not allowed to attend to bury your parents. How did you handle this? I know I am slightly older than you in years. I have handled.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am.
Are you sure?
I'm 65.
My goodness, you look very young.
Yes, I'm 65.
And that's very good.
I have, when I lost my parents, I was also in exile in Britain, and I could not bury them. How did you yourself handle this matter, and how do you encourage others? There are millions of refugees on the African continent, in South Sudan. Some of them don't know where their parents are. But the people have gone to make political leadership, but they have forgotten accountability. That's why South Sudan peace process is collapsing, because there's no accountability. So how did you handle that? And did it encourage you and give you resolve to keep pushing for a better Nigeria or a better Biafra? Please.
It kept me pushing for a better society for everybody. Everybody, not just within Biafra or within the wider Nigeria, but across Africa as a whole. Because what concerns one black person actually should concern another black person as well. I put my parents' murder by the Nigerian state into context. The only thing that matters to me is the freedom for Biafra, of which I am prepared to pay whatever price that God requires of me to pay in order to ensure that Biafrans are set free. That was how I managed to, should I say, compartmentalize that very grief at that moment in time. And I might also add that my mother-in-law is dead as a result of the same thing. 2 days ago, one of our lead attorneys, they actually threw a hand grenade into the mother's car and killed her and burnt her body only 2 days ago. I see these things as necessary sacrifice that we must go through in order to restore Biafra, that is essentially the kingdom of God upon the face of this very earth. For that, we are prepared to pay whatever price that we are called upon to pay to ensure that the people of Biafra and every other ethnic group being oppressed in Nigeria and wider Africa is set free. That's my mindset. And that was how I dealt with it. As horrible as it was that I couldn't attend as the first child and as the first son, my father's burial, my mother's burial, but I see them as being very essential sacrifices that one has to make in order to ensure that his people are set free.
Thank you very much. I am also the first son, so maybe that's why I started fighting for the Biafran people. Let me come back, take you back to the question of Boko Haram.
Yes.
You mentioned one point which is very clear. Security agencies across Africa would like to know what ails. Why is Buhari? By the way, is Buhari or we have a problem here? Because a human being should understand that people are dying. The army, Nigeria has a huge army. Is the army a coward? Are they cowards? Do they protect who? Are they protecting the territory of Nigeria? How does the army allow people to come and kidnap citizens, take them, then in piecemeal release them 2, 3, 4 back? Who are these? Is it an internal collaboration between the army, Buhari, and his generals? Who is commanding this army? Surely the army that cannot even rescue 5 students from girls who have been abducted. What type of army is this? Is there a bigger thing than Boko Haram? I have been requested by another reader from Tanzania to say, why is this Boko Haram menace never cleared? Why is Nigeria not asking for external help to come in to help them? Is it because they want it themselves? Please shed some light to our viewers.
I want Africans to understand one fact today. The entire terror architecture in Nigeria is hinged on the political aspirations and hegemonic tendencies of only one tribe, the Fulani. We have no issues with the Hausa, the Bachama people, and all the rest of them. It is the Fulani. And this game plan has been in existence for a very, very long time, nearly 200 years ago. And they must execute it. I want Africans to understand that only the Fulani tribe alone financed and sponsored almost 6 terror groups exclusively by themselves. Before Buhari came into power in 2015, he said, at the height of the insurgency, an attack against Boko Haram is an attack against the North. I will leave that to one side. I want your viewers to understand something today, which previously maybe they may not have been aware of. Do you know that Boko Haram nominated Buhari as their chief negotiator in 2014-2015? Are people aware of that at all? Do you know that these same people only a few years ago said that these murderers and these rapists, they are our misguided brothers? Do you know that their so-called Sheikh Gumi, who happens to be very close to the presidency, I need you to understand this very clearly, the one negotiating with the bandits, are you aware that their recommendation is for ISIS and Boko Haram to merge together, that they can come south? I want these points to be noted by your viewers all over the world. So when you see these people, you ask them these questions. Do you also know that the leader of the dreaded ISIS in West Africa province, ISWAP, his name is Al-Banawi. Al-Banawi is the son of Yusuf Mohammed, the founder of Boko Haram. Do you know that this man was arrested around about the same time that I was in detention in 2015? Do you know that he was released without trial on the orders of the presidency of Nigeria? Do you know that the 4th largest terror group in the world, the Fulani headsmen, which the whole world knows, the 4th largest terror group in the world, they are Miyetiala. Do you know that the presidential spokesman came out and said live on national television that these terrorists are legitimate stakeholders in the government, in the governance of Nigeria? Are you aware of that? Do you know that despite telling the whole world that these murderers and these killers are from the Sahel, they are not Nigerian Fulanis? Do you know they're forcing us today to give them our land so they can settle in perpetuity? Are you aware of that? Let me also shock you this morning. From the office of the Inspector General of Police of Nigeria, a letter came out titled Terror Elements to Expand Frontiers of Attack. In this very letter signed on behalf of the Inspector General of Police of Nigeria, of which Katona Lang and the U.S. Ambassador are both aware. Here, they mentioned the specific places where they claim the leaders of Boko Haram are hiding. Understand this? I want the world to know that this Fulani expansionism is a well-planned, orchestrated move to take over the land of indigenous people and hand it over to marauding Fulani nomads across the Sahel. A letter from the IG of Police of Nigeria. In this very letter, they mentioned the names of the places where they felt or they believed their intelligence told them that these people are hiding. They did not send Nigeria army or police there to go and confront them. Instead, they sent them to Imo State. They sent them to Abia in Biafra land and gave them an order to shoot at sight. And I want you as a journalist, I want you as a lawyer to go back and investigate. through the history of Fulani-funded terrorism and insurgency in Nigeria, try and see if there is any instance where the IG of police or the chief of army staff has ever said to the troops, shoot at sight anywhere in the north. It's never happened before, only in Biafra, a few days ago. That is to tell you that this is a well-planned pincer movement, basically from the east and from the west, in order to try to take over the geopolitical space of Nigeria for Fulanis across the Sahel. These are the things you need to ask yourself this question. You've been talking about Boko Haram, ISIS, all these murderers all over the place. Ask yourself this question. Has any Boko Haram been convicted before of any crime in Nigeria? Ask yourself this question. Now, let me put it to you Africans and to the whole world at large on this your program today. I know that a while back, Al-Shabaab attacked a few shopping malls in Kenya. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, maybe you live in Kenya. You are now residing in Kenya. Is that correct?
Yes. Don't worry. Yes. I am here.
Now, how do you think Kenyans will feel if President Uhuru Kenyatta were to grant some kind of amnesty to Al-Shabaab to now say, Al-Shabaab, you know what? Come and become part of Kenyan army. How would you feel?
I think the Kenyans will go to the streets. The Kenyans will catch the Al-Shabaab and will roast them on the streets.
Now, let me tell you this. This is something that Africans don't know.
Yes.
Do you know that Nigerian army being sent to Biafra land today contains elements of Boko Haram and ISIS in it?
Yes.
Because they are now part and parcel.
I've seen the reports, yes.
Let me ask you this question. When people say we shouldn't fight the army or their police, how do we know who they sent to us? How can you distinguish between a terrorist in army uniform and a serving patriot in Nigerian army? That's the question I'm asking the whole world to answer. How do we know? They incorporated terrorists into their security architecture. How do we know who is who?
Okay.
How?
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Let's just take a short break and take water, because it is hot in here, and I think wherever you are is also hot.
It is, yes.
The interview is fantastic. It has generated one of the huge numbers in the history of Pan-Africanism and this television station. So let me take some water. You take some water. We resume in 2 minutes.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Okay, sir.
On that question and the world, how do you differentiate between Boko Haram and Nigerian army?
Simple question.
When Boko Haram has been inscripted, that's better English,
yeah.
Inscripted in Nigerian army to come and kill the people of the southeast. That is the question on the table. When we return, this is Matsanga Africa Perspective. In Matsanga Africa Perspective, we look for hot spots. One of the hot spots is Nigeria. Is Nigeria disintegrating? Is Nigeria fragmenting to pieces? Is there leadership in Nigeria? Is General Buhari the general we saw 10 years ago? Or this is a different person? How can a leader allow his people to die? How can you inscript a Boko Haram to be a minister in your own government? Oh my God. Is there something wrong? A country that we all looked at as a country, the big giant of Africa. We saw everything in Nigeria. Now it looks like what my good writer, the man who wrote the things fall apart, Kinawa Chebe, was right. The center cannot hold anymore. This state is going. Don't go away. Just, we are returning. This is a fantastic show from Punchline Africa Television. We are interviewing His Excellency Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of IPOB. indigenous people of Biafra. Thank you. Conflicts exist on this continent. One of the most ranging conflicts on the continent of Africa is the question of Biafra. From 1965 or before that, the Biafrans had their own institutions. Before the colonial master arrived, they have agitated themselves, they have told the world they want fair treatment in a nation called Nigeria. Successive regimes have always trampled upon the rights of the people of Biafra, destroyed them, killed their younger men, assassinated many, deported many, excluded many, forceful deportation out of your own country. Time has come for the new generation in 2020, 2021, 2022, for people to sit down to find an everlasting solution to the conflict that is around that region. President Buhari promised us that he will finish in 100 days. The first term of office, Boko Haram will be dead. Today is finishing his second term. Boko Haram is even more vibrant than his own shoes. We have landed in very serious murky waters that the people of Nigeria don't know which direction they are going. The people of Nigeria, a big country with a big population, an economic hub of West Africa and Africa, with the biggest reserves of oil, still lingers in poverty. The poverty and the rich gaps in Nigeria are wider than the distance between Mars and Earth. What can we do for our countries in Africa? How do we unite? For us, our role is to speak, to defend the voiceless, to chart our way forward, to find a solution. The only way solution can be got on the Biafran issues, the referendum, which Buhari and the government, president, have refused. But sincerely speaking, Nigeria needs rearrangement. If that rearrangement does not come today, tomorrow, or the other day, one day it is going to explode. People can be pushed, but they cannot be pushed beyond what Biafrans have been pushed. The suffering is too much. Pictures that I cannot show on this television. I call upon President Uhuru Kenyatta as a member of the United Nations Security Council to see that some of these problems should be resolved and a resolution is passed of sitting down to understand the difficulties of the nations, especially in Nigeria, in Cameroon, because the problem of Biafra is also similar to the problem of Amazonia. The English-speaking people have no say in Cameroon. They are taken as second-class citizens. Biafrans are also taken as second-class citizens in a country called Nigeria. Their problems are compounded with a dictator who has lost direction, who doesn't know where the wind is blowing from, whether east of Sahara or west of Sahara. He's going north. when the wind is going north, south. Therefore, it's blown, one leg going up, one leg going down. Look at the picture of Buhari standing 6.1 feet, being blown apart. Thank you. Back to Punchline Africa Television. Our show is Matanga Africa Perspective. In Matanga Africa Perspective, we look at what ails Africa, what kills Africa, what makes Africa be called a continent of savages. As we can see in Nigeria, that name cannot go away. Boko Haram is killing people, taking people. We have incorporated it in the system of the Nigerian army, brought them back without remorsefulness. They have not done any reconciliation. And they are then being hired to destroy and kill other people. We have invited, and we shall invite more people to talk about this. We shall invite any other person who wants to discuss the issue why Nigeria is collapsing. A state the center cannot hold anymore. With us in the studio and away taking questions from us is none other than the leader of IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra, His Excellency Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Welcome back, sir. One question.
Thank you very much.
One question. Yes. After the break, we had to go for some water because it was becoming hot here. To hear that Boko Haram is part and a parcel of the government of Nigeria. It is something that has sunk my heart. I don't know. But I am very shocked. Let me come to this. There is a feeling that time has come. And I will keep on going back to this question. That the United Nations, the 5 permanent members, are part and a parcel of our problem. Now, because you can't exclude any, China is already in Nigeria also. Russia is in Nigeria. America has been there. Britain is there. France, through Total Oil, their presence is there. And a candid question comes. We touched it, then we went away. But it is coming back from the questions I've read during the break. Someone from South Africa is asking, surely, do these permanent members of the United Nations have eyes? Do they see? Because there are some clips here which I don't want to show you on this TV. They are very bad as far as the killings of the youth in Southeast in Biafra. The killings, the slaughter, the torture by the army, by Nigerian army. How they tie youths on their Land Rovers and roll them around the villages. I get these pictures every day from Onitsha. These are not photoshops. These are real things happening in Nigeria. So someone has asked, does the United Nations permanent 5 have eyes or not? What would you say to them now, today? As we find...
I believe that.
Yeah. Go on.
They have eyes, but for some reason they have decided not to see the evil happening to Biafra. And this is what I want Africans to actually digest. Africans must ask themselves this question. Why is there this global conspiracy against Biafra? I have an answer to that. It is because Biafra portends goodwill for the whole of Africa. and they understand this very clearly. We cannot be blaming the permanent staff of the UN because we are the ones that created the enabling environment for them to come in, to exploit and to do whatever thing that they want to do. I was having a very serious discussion with somebody and I said to them, do you think that the world prefers this very exploitative relationship that they have with the very corrupt, subsequent corrupt regimes that you have in Nigeria? The person said yes, and I said no. The answer is no. USA is more concerned about trade with Japan and EU more than they will with Nigeria. Because in all these economies, people want where they can ship their goods and services to be purchased. They needed to have the spending power. That was the reason behind the USA helping Germany to stand on its feet after the Second World War. The reconstruction of Europe by the US government was driven by economic self-preservation. People would want an Africa that is viable, an Africa that will be like the Southeast Asia, where high goods and services can be traded with ease. Not this very almost primitive, exploitative relationship that they have in places like Nigeria. I don't blame China. I don't even blame Britain. I don't blame Halliburton, USA. I don't blame Ajib of Italy. I don't blame Shell of Netherlands. I don't blame any of these people. We are the ones that allowed them to come to exploit us. So we cannot blame them. See, in life, when you allow yourself to become a victim and you keep playing the victim card all the time, your mindset will go into a very vicious cycle of this victimhood and you can never come out of it. And I'm saying to Black African people all over the world, if you believe in the equality of every man born, if you believe that all men were created equal by God, then anything white people can do, so also can you do it. If we cannot do what Europeans can do, what Americans can do, what South Americans can do, what Asians can do, we cannot lay any claim at all to human equality. It is our fault, not the fault of the permanent five. I go back to what I said before. It was these same people that gave oil and gas concessions to the United Kingdom. That was why they persecuted the Biafran war for them. It wasn't a white man. These were black people. Gowon is a black man. It was Gowon that said no to restructuring. Obasanjo fought on the side of the colonial masters. That is the history of Africa. Joining your oppressors to defeat your own people. That's exactly what is playing out in Nigeria. Nothing more, nothing less. I cannot possibly apportion blame to anybody whatsoever. We should be blaming ourselves. Because in Africa, we tend to blame other people all the time. Whereas the fault lies with us. The fault is ours. I remember one thing that the Chinese government said in 1999 when they took back Hong Kong. Chinese government said the 100 years of shame has come to an end. They never blamed anybody. They never blamed the British. They blamed themselves for losing Hong Kong in the first place to the British. And that is how real men should be able to appraise their condition. That we are poor, we are ravaged by poverty, disease, ignorance, and backwardness in Africa is our fault. Not the fault of the Europeans. If we decide to rise up tomorrow to say enough is enough, believe you me, we can transform Africa within only 2 years. After all, Paul Kagame is doing something in Kigali. Why can't we replicate it everywhere else? We must learn to put our people first. When a head of state gets up in the morning and buys a property in Europe, what do you expect? That means you don't love your people. When he gets up in the morning and decides to buy a private jet, that means he doesn't love his people. And these are clear facts. I cannot blame anybody for our plight. I blame ourselves for it. And that is why we are rising up. And I want to make this thing categorically clear so that the whole world can understand me. It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter what the greatest powers on this earth does in relation to Nigeria. Biafra is going to be free, or we all die in the process. I swear to God Almighty in heaven. Death is better than what we are passing through right now in that zoo called Nigeria. And we must be free. I said must. We are not begging anybody for it. It's about, before the white man came, there was Biafra. Before Britain was created, Biafra existed for over 5,000 years before the formation of Britain. How did they decide where I should live? How did they decide which identity I should have? How can a white man come from Europe and decide to call me a Nigerian? What is the meaning of Nigeria? Nobody knows. We must go back to who we are. Be proud of who we are. I am a proud Biafran. I can never be a proud Nigerian because the name Nigeria has no meaning. No meaning whatsoever. Not even in Swahili, it has no meaning. How can a white man come and create a country for me in Africa and I be holding their flag running up and down saying this is my country? Who said so? Can I go to Europe and create a country in Europe for them? On what basis is our argument of human equality when Europeans can come to Africa and create countries? We cannot go to Europe to create countries. How can that be equality? Oh, that is why racist towards us. And that is why we must rise up now, not tomorrow, to support Biafra. Biafra is the beginning of the true emancipation of black people. Ask Julius Nyerere and he will tell you. Thank you.
Julius Nyerere, indeed. In 1967, the late Julius Nyerere was the first man with Dr. Milton Obote. That's why I, on this microphone, I still carry the flag of Dr. Milton Obote. They are the first countries in Africa to recognize Biafra. So in case people are asking why we have interest in Biafra, I follow both the leaders because I have lived in Tanzania and I am a Ugandan. And I live in Kenya. I live in Europe. I'm a global citizen. I follow Pan-Africanism. Indeed, one other question before I bring this to your side, you address your people, and then we make it, call it a day. We have covered most of the things. Some of them you will bring them in your own address, which you will be given a chance to do so in 15 minutes also. There are so many ways, constitutional ways, of struggling for freedom. I believe you know where I'm going now.
What's this?
We have tried. For over 10 years you have tried. You have done so well. You have awoken the people and said, wake up. We are being slashed one by one. Buhari has allowed people to buy daggers. You know, I saw my investigative journalist came across 100,000 daggers. How do you buy daggers for who? You import daggers. Are there so many cows to slaughter in that place? I looked at it, I said, these are daggers to come and kill other people. If the constitutional route of referendum fails, what other constitutional means would you use?
We insist on constitutionality.
Yes.
And we are going to have it. When Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King started to try to rearrange the social order in America, some people felt it was impossible to do, but eventually he succeeded. When Nelson Mandela and I'm sure your good self and all other anti-apartheid campaigners started, even with the support of Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, this is something people don't know. That Ronald Reagan, a very powerful president of the US, and Margaret Thatcher, of course, the young lady, they all supported apartheid South Africa. They did. They were the ones that labeled ANC a terrorist group. Some people don't know this. It was only a few years ago that the name of Mandela was, should I say, erased from the logbook of terrorists in the United States of America. People don't know this. We are going to insist on what is ours and what is right. We've been occupying our land in perpetuity since the creation of man on this very earth. Somebody came and decided to change our identity and we said no. The person said, okay, if I'm leaving, I'm going to hand you over to a more brutal caretaker, which are the Fulanis in this case. And that is why they're killing us and killing us till tomorrow. I want to draw your attention to something very, very critical. The order given by the Inspector General of Police of Nigeria to predominantly Fulani soldiers and Fulani police people to go to Biafra land to kill people. Had this announcement been made by any other police chief anywhere in the world, believe you me, there will be someone to appear in Hague the next day. I want to read for your audience. I'm going to quote him verbatim what he said. The IG of police in Nigeria said, he's a Fulani man, mind you, don't mind the media shout, do the job I command you. If anyone accuses you of human rights violation, the reports will come to my table and you know what I will do. So take the battle to them wherever they are and kill them all. Kill Biafrans all. Don't wait for an order. What another order are you waiting for when Mr. President has ordered you to shoot anybody carrying AK-47 assault rifle? Quote me, even a dead policeman can be tried and dismissed from the force and his family will not get his benefits. And this is from a police chief. Do you know the funniest thing, or should I say the most astonishing thing of all? The EU has a presence in Abuja, in Nigeria. The British High Commissioner is there, Katuna Line. The US Ambassador is there. They've not said anything at all. In other words, that leads us now to believe that exactly what happened between 66 and 1970 is about to happen again, which is kill as many Biafrans as possible. I want all Africans to understand this, that this very policy of genocide and slaughter is sanctioned by the US Ambassador in Nigeria, sanctioned by the UK of all people. Tomorrow they'll be singing songs of praise about human rights abuses, what China is doing, what is happening in Gaza, what is happening in Rohingya. But in Nigeria, they sanction the killing of Biafrans in broad daylight. What sort of justice is that, I ask? And I want Africans to know, to ask themselves this question. Why is it that the USA and Britain wants this very tiny country to be squashed and killed? What is it that they have that is driving them so mad? Because the future progress of Africa lies in the land of Biafra. And they do not want black people to be developed. That is why they're doing what they're doing. Look at a whole, should I say, high commission running all over the place, telling the country how to be run. The same things that from Nkrumah, Julius Nyerere, Azikiwe, all of them, Patrice Lumumba, Jomo Kenyatta fought. The same thing that Mandela fought. Black people are now tolerating it. The same thing we are fighting. We want independence, we want self-rule. Today, this very morning or afternoon or evening, one single woman, is crossing the whole of Nigeria, telling the Nigeria police who to kill, telling them who to shoot at. Now tell me how I can be in a country where the chief of police have targeted my people for extermination and the whole world is quiet. Tomorrow they'll start blaming us for one thing or the other. But we're not backing down because Biafra is coming and I assure you no Jupiter can stop it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask my final question. What does the future look like for Biafra? I'm interested in that. What does the future? Because let me come first. I've struggled for Sudan. My television and my TV struggled for Gambia. You remember you were listening to me when Yaya Jammeh switched off all television stations in Gambia. I took my satellite quietly in Gambia. And Yaya, with all the army, could not know that I was broadcasting from his own place. I took my satellite phone and we did help to liberate Gambia. I'm proud that South Sudan today, I played a part to call Dr. Riek Machar. You know, at the time the people, Your Excellency Nnamdi Kanu, think that when you interview a man who has a different opinion from the government, you are giving them platform. Yes. We must hear when we talk, then violence will stop. If we keep quiet, then we shall perpetuate violence. So we should keep on talking. and I picked up a phone called Riek Machar in South Africa, where he had been put under house arrest. I shouted on this television to IGAD and the AU. I made a noise to the British and the Commonwealth office. I said, how do you lock a person who should be negotiating peace in South Sudan? Took about 2 months, 3 months. Riek was set free, was told you can now start the negotiations. Everything I've touched on African continent in my 65 years, I've resolved. I resolved a big, huge conflict in Uganda. I think you already know. Between the Lord Resistance Army and the President Museveni. People feared to go to the bush to look for this man, younger man called Kony. Very young, still 40-something. I went. I said, you are killing people. People want you to talk. And we have come here. If you want to kill us, you can also kill us. I'm a determined man. I want you to paint for us a picture of a Biafra that does not look Savimbi way. You know where I'm coming from. You have read the Savimbi history.
I do.
We give him everything, then he turns up, he misuses, he lets us down. Sudan, South Sudan, look, we give them time. Riek comes back, they fight again over power. I have been there for Cameroon, the Amazonian people. I'm bringing them again. Now they have several factions. You don't know whom to call. One calls you, don't call that one, don't call this one. That, you see, these are things that worry me in Africa. Paint for me the picture of a Biafra you want.
Yeah.
Whether today, tomorrow, whether you are there or not there, whether I'm there or not there, we want to see the picture of a Biafra. I love the people of Biafra myself. I love them with the bottom of my heart. From the bottom of my heart, I love them. I don't care about Buhari, what he can say. Whether we meet at the AU, I will point fingers at him. I will. It is coronavirus that has made us not meet now. But if AU was meeting in Nigeria, I would wrestle him. I don't care. Because this is something that is paining the people of Africa. And you can't wear long kanzu, this long clothes, and come there to impress us with your perfume when people are dying. Therefore, I want you to paint for me a picture of a Biafra. What type of Biafra do you want?
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors. The land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investment. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife, no rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations. A Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor. Militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe very strongly that Southern Sudan will rise up to be strong once again. All these are teething problems. You also mentioned the issue of factionalism. It is when people put the interest of themselves and their controllers well and above that of those that they are serving. That is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who is not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Ambazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart, and that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Viewers, we seem to have covered most of the areas. It is the first time and it's not going to be the last time. Until we liberate, until we achieve the objectives, the aims, the vision of a better people on the African continent. His Excellency Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will return at one time to give us his other views. By then, messages today, the leaders in Africa watching for your information, I linked this to South African President Ramaphosa. I linked this to, of course, the president here. His handlers are watching. President Emerson Mnangagwa, Office of Foreign Affairs, and his President's Office, they are watching. Several SADC members and several African, Your Excellency, the Pan-African President in Kampala, President Yoweri Gakuta Museveni, he has added another name, which is very complicated. He's watching. He's interested in the Pan-African views. They are watching. They watched. But I want now to calm down and slow down and give you a chance. Give you another 5 to 6, 10 minutes. Enjoy them. Tell your people the message. Send it to them. Billions of them, millions and millions of them. As we talk in Onitsha, in Abra, in all those places, in all those states, in Southeast, those who are suffering under the heavy, disguised Boko Haram terrorists who have invaded, they are embedded in Nigerian army, coming to kill people. Give them hope. Give them hope that salvation is on the way. Give them hope that tomorrow will be a better tomorrow. Give them hope that Africa is aware. Give them hope that the world is not doing nothing. What we have done today has enlightened so many people, so many countries that have Nigerian refugees who are fleeing because Nigeria is disintegrating. They are benefiting from this program. And it affects the security of the entire Africa. The floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me on this program. I've been a very big fan of yours for very many years. And I have studied you extensively. Once again, accept my most humblest respect to you and to the entire crew that put this thing together today. I want our people to understand one very thing. At the end of this very race, Biafra is going to emerge. It doesn't matter what anybody does. And to our African friends and brethren, I want them to also understand this. We talk about Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism cannot take off without Biafra, because we do need a genuinely free country in Africa to be able to drive that very critical and important initiative. We are seeking to build a country that God Almighty in heaven will be very proud of. And though the Janjaweed, the Fulani Caliphate, have sent their armies of conquest into our land, that this very day, we don't even know if those who are killing us are doing so on behalf of the Nigerian state or they're doing it on behalf of the Islamic Caliphate. Because as we well know, ISIS is now in Niger State. Very soon they'll be in Kogi, and then from Kogi they'll come into Anambra, and the real war will begin. Remember, very many years ago, I told you one very critical point for you to bear in mind at all times. So basically to guide you in all your deliberations and your thinking about Biafra. They are going to kill us. That is true. But that is not going to stop Biafra from coming. We are going to do all we can to defend our land and to defend our people. The whole world may appear to be against us, but we have done nothing wrong. That is the most frightening thing about this whole thing. If you ask the world, what did Biafra do wrong to you? Nobody can tell. Nobody can actually explain to you properly. Because they want a world where very illiterate nomadic set of people will be in charge of governance, where you have refineries and they're no longer working, where you produce oil and gas but still import kerosene and fuel for your cars, where they want to impoverish the people. For those who may not be acquainted, or should I say familiar with the book that one of our very good friends wrote in years gone by, Walter Rodney. He was at Dar es Salaam University where he was assassinated by the CIA very many years ago. Walter Rodney wrote a very compelling book called How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. What we are witnessing today is precisely what he was trying to explain to us. If you allow yourselves to be taken over by greed, by self-preservation and the trappings that you find in North America and in Europe and in Far East Asia, you will never ever develop your land. We are fighting for Biafra that we may restore our lost dignity. We are fighting for Biafra that black people all over the world may be set free at last. We are fighting for Biafra not that we may have or commence the building of a large empire, not at all. We are asking for a Biafra where we can live and die with a semblance of dignity. Because right now people are dying, but there isn't any dignity. We must stand very tall and very strong, resist our enemies. That thing that we are thinking now that is impossible to accomplish very soon, you will say it. We must remain resilient. We must remain devoted. We must remain unflappable. We are not going to retreat, not one iota. If at the end of this race there is only one Biafran man and one Biafran woman left, may they continue to expand. They killed us, 5 million of us, after the war. After the war in 1970, we had lost 5 million people. But there we are still the largest ethnic bloc anywhere in the entire Nigeria. Because God is faithful. And at this very critical time, this very Elohim that we worship is not going to abandon us. I'm not saying we're going to fold our hands in prayer and fasting alone. No, we are going to do what we have to do to ensure the survival of our race. An attempt has been made in the past to exterminate us. The British supported the killing and the mass slaughter of Biafrans because of crude oil and gas. That Ojukwu told Harold Wilson, we cannot give to you. This resource belongs to the people, and that was the end of it. And he said, because of that, we're going to kill you. And sadly, Britain is still doing something till this very day. A supposedly civilized and advanced country, aiding and abating the slaughter of an indigenous population because of oil and gas. Therefore, I'm asking all of you to remain very resolute, to remain very strong. Do not allow yourself to become distracted. We have almost won. As Dr. Basanga said here a short while ago, we have awoken the consciousness of not just ethnic nationalities within Nigeria, but the entire African continent as a whole. We have won the debate. Now is the time for us to restore Biafra. And once that is done, believe you me, everybody will come to Biafra and to pay homage. Or should I say pilgrimage in this case. So we are winning. Many are dying, I know that to be true. A few days ago, we lost the mother of our very, very formidable barrister, Okorafo. But that's not going to stop us. Because I know that they will kill us, we will kill them in the end. Biafra will come. And Biafra is very, very close. I want our people to develop the mindset of the Afghanis. Never say die. There were a group of people called the Mau Mau in Kenya. There were a group of people called Ikumeku in our land. These are the two people that forced the British to a standstill. Go and ask anywhere. And the remnants, of course, of Benin Kingdom, we must acknowledge them because they also fought very gallantly as well. We did not fight because we didn't like the Bible that the white man brought to us or the whiskey that accompanied it. We fought because we are free people. The time has come for us to restore the kingdom of heaven upon the face of this earth. The time has come for Biafra to be reestablished. The time has come for Black Africa to be free. The time has come for every Black person, regardless of where you are in the world, to stand tall and to say, I am an African. Remain very strong, remain very resolute, and may Chukwukika be with you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Before you go, I would like to show you the newspapers in Kenya, in Nairobi. You are very far. You must be missing some of these papers. The Standard, can we, production team, I'm on the ground now. The Standard newspaper in Kenya, the headline here is not on the Biafra where we still have. The only problem in Kenya, we don't have a crisis of dividing a nation. We have the Standard newspaper said, who failed Uhuru? The blame game. That's the headline. But one key thing that stands out in the newspapers, why we are struggling to put Africa in order, is His Excellency President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta last night opened one of the biggest ports in Africa. You talked of Nigeria having oil, but it doesn't have even petrol at a petrol station. Jesus Christ. But President Uhuru Kenyatta, while yesterday opening the the port in Lamu, he said this port will connect the east to the west, east to the north, east to the south. That is the thing that we have here now in Africa, in East Africa. We want to thank President Uhuru Kenyatta again for putting infrastructure for people to get in a car and drive take 10 days and arrive in Anambra. Is it Anambra? Yes.
That's right. Yes, that's right. That's
yes.
what I want.
I have been sent so many messages from Dubai. People saying in Anambra, they are married there. Kenyans, Nigerians have married a lot of our people from East Africa. And I hope one day for us, my children, also one of them, my daughter, is married to an Igbo person from Onitsha.
Wonderful. We know how to take care of our wives.
We are united. Another newspaper says good things about Africa. The Lamb Port roars to life with the president is good. You can see it.
Yes.
That's it. And another good thing in Africa, I'm looking for Africa stories. For your information, I am a Liverpool supporter for 43 years.
Like myself.
Or I don't know. My God. Thank you very much. It looks like we are all Liverpool here. But the others don't get worried. We are now struggling to liberate Africa. Don't forget your local team in Biafra. And don't forget
Rangers Football Club is my first love. And Liverpool is the third chick. My first team in Uganda is Villa Football Club. Villa, then my team in Kenya is AFC Leopards. Then my team in the world is Barcelona. Wonderful.
I die with the people of Cantona. I like Cantona. And you can now guess why I like Biafra.
Yes, of course.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable His Excellency Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of indigenous people of Biafra. I want to take this opportunity to thank you and to tell you that my television station is will be linked directly to every system of the Biafran people. Everywhere.
Thank you very much.
Let's today make a formidable move. I am not here for money. I never asked for a penny from any Nigerian in order to broadcast. I started broadcasting with passion. I have already told you one of my daughters is married to a man from Onitsha. And this man comes to my house, tells me the story. You know, in London, he tells me the story. I have been a supporter of the people. That Obasanjo there, you see walking free. It was me demonstrating at the Nigerian embassy for Abacha to release him with Chief Abiola.
Yes.
I wanted them released together with Osuji, who is the president of ICC. We used to come there every Friday for Obasanjo to have freedom. But when Obasanjo came out, he looks for money. Anywhere you find Obasanjo, you know he's looking for money. I'm sorry to tell Nigerians, may God bless me for being truthful and honest. There's no conflict. There's no conflict Obasanjo has ever solved in Africa. Even when even when we went for Zimbabwe Troika in Melbourne House, Obasanjo sided with Australia to expel Zimbabwe from the Commonwealth. That's the man you have. But thank you very much, God. Jesus Christ, hold us. Don't tire. Keep on the struggle. Keep fighting.
I will.
Keep democratically sending the message. You need a referendum. Peaceful ways. Don't give up. May God hold your hand. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Yes. Viewers, this station, therefore, is for Africa, by Africa, with Africa. Long live Africa. Charles.
Online, on your mobile. This is IPOB Community Radio, Radio Biafra, the first and the last. '67 was the year, a year not to be forgotten in the history of mankind, a year of massacre, mass murder, genocide against the defenseless people of Biafra, men, women, and children, while the whole world watched and get entertained with the precious blood of Biafra spilled. The world watched and did nothing. But there was a voice in the wilderness, the voice of Okokondem screaming, Omo Biafra, Murunanya, onye ndiro gbara gburugburu na-eche ndụ ya nche. The voice of Radio Biafra, the voice of the voiceless, the voice of freedom. 55 years later, Radio Biafra is still defending humanity, bringing you news, information, analysis, revealing and exposing the kingdom of darkness called the Zoo Nigeria, saturating humanity with melody, music. Radio Biafra. We will never stop until Biafra is restored and beyond Biafra restoration. Do you know why? Radio Biafra, the first, and we are the last.
Right. So we have a very, very, very special guest with us today, Dr. Uju Anya, and she is a professor at Carnegie Mellon University in Applied Linguistics.
Yeah.
And so welcome. So I had two more questions, and I want to open it up. Has this experience changed the way? Because, like you said, you kind of go in, you use Twitter. You kind of almost like prepare, like you said, to teach when you go in there. Has this experience changed the way you're looking at engaging in social media, or do you intend to continue to engage in the way you have?
So even in this, my most intense moment on social media, fundamentally, more than I am anything else in this world, more than I am a mother, more than I am a researcher, more than I am a sister, a community member, I am a teacher. And if I'm going to do anything, I'm going to teach.
Right.
And even in that very intense moment of profound pain and my outburst, my emotional outburst of deep, deep pain, I was teaching. I followed up explaining that there was a genocide against the Biafra people.
Right.
Right. Who were trying, the Igbo people who were trying to form an independent nation of Biafra. They wanted to be separate from the country that the British Empire had imposed on us, which was this country of Nigeria, where they kind of took a bunch of independent nations who don't have anything to do with each other, don't even speak each other's language, don't relate. Many of them were even enemies and warring at the time, smushed them all together and drew these arbitrary lines around them and called them countries and named those countries.
Right.
And then said, now y'all get along and do a country for us and be a union for us. And then go through, contentious, bloody independence processes that never really yield any real independence. You're still part of a commonwealth afterwards.
True.
And you have the eternal meddling in your affairs and the eternal extraction of your resources and the eternal fomenting of divisiveness and infighting in order to be able to control you. This is what an oppressor does, a colonizer does. These are tactics and strategies of dominance.
Right.
We were subjected to that as a larger unit of Nigeria. And then when the Igbo people said, we want our own thing, let's go and do that. Well, it so happened to be that the territory that this new country of Biafra was going to be in included very, very rich oil reserves. And the British were not going to let go of that.
Wow.
And the people that they had put in power, their puppet Nigerian governments weren't going to do that either because they needed it for the Nigerian project.
Right.
And Britain needed it for its own interests and uses. So Great Britain got directly involved in this civil war and in the war for independence. and decided that they would do everything to make sure that Biafra did not go.
Wow.
And this everything meant directly funding genocide of the people of Biafra. This is what happened. This is the historical record. I'm not saying anything that's in doubt or in question, right?
Yeah.
Even when it was happening during this period of 1967 to 1970, the BBC themselves were producing documentaries, decrying it, covering all the protests that were happening in Great Britain.
This is recent.
Yeah, this is very recent. My sister, for example, is turning 60 this month. And my sister was alive at that time. She was like 5, 6.
Right.
My other brother was alive at the time, and my second brother was in my mother's belly. She was pregnant during this time. Running from village to village to escape the bombs that they were throwing at villagers. So when we tell you that 3 million people, some people have said up to 5 million, 6 million, or some people quote low. So the sort of average agreed upon number that you really cannot contest is about 3 million. When you think of a Holocaust,
right,
this is a Holocaust.
Absolutely.
Now, the Holocaust that we typically were most familiar with is the most famous one against the Jewish people.
Yes.
Where they, 6 million of them were massacred.
Absolutely.
So at the most sort of conservative estimation, they did half of us.
Right.
Half that number. Civilians. These are non-combatants. And more than 1 million children alone starved.
Wow.
The British paid for that. And Queen Elizabeth II was ruler. She was monarch at that time. This was the government that she was supervising. Now, I don't buy this notion that she was just a statue, if you will.
I was going to ask you that question.
Or a decorative plant.
Right.
Or, some kind of, I don't know, tchotchke sitting on the shelf.
Right.
This was a ruler. This was someone, the very crown that she had on her head, signifying the fact that she's a monarch, was made from plunder.
Right.
Diamonds, blood diamonds.
Absolutely.
So the throne that she's sitting on is a throne of blood. So you cannot say that she was just this little old lady or this figurehead that really had nothing to do with anything, and it was just the British government that were making their deals and, governing however they would, without relating it directly to her, because she directly benefited her very position as a monarch, the palace that she lived in, the opulence, the obscene levels of wealth that she enjoyed.
Absolutely.
Were all paid for by our blood. And I don't say this figuratively. Right. And I don't say this as something that, this long remote past, let's say, of human enslavement, which on my mother's side, she's from Trinidad, my ancestors over there were enslaved by the British. I'm talking about recent living memory of people still alive today. Her money, her government funded our slaughter. And people expected me to be calm or to be, I don't know what they expected.
Right.
When the person who literally paid money for bombs and guns and military supplies to come and massacre your people is dying. Right. You're not supposed to dance. What's the reaction to that?
I remember when we found out that Osama bin Laden was killed, and Americans celebrated, right? Because they held him responsible for 9/11, which just passed, and that terror that occurred and those 3,000 or so people that died.
Yeah.
And it's like, but when it's our terror, when it's our pain, when it's our loss as Black and brown people, and we, particularly when we express it in a way that challenges, white supremacy, the white supremacy dominant narrative, and this, kind of almost like Disneying idea that people had of a queen, then all of a sudden it's like we're always told to be civil, to be calm, to be peaceful as Black and brown people. And so, but when it's somebody that you feel harmed America, you can dance, you can celebrate, you can take out your flags, and that's held up. You can have lynchings were celebratory things in the history of the United States of America, where they would have a parade and party and
take children.
Question before we close out, because I saw in the wake of Queen Elizabeth's passing and this conversation around colonialism, a call for reparations, right? I think Jamaicans were saying, like, instead of having more, like, we need reparations.
Absolutely.
You spoke, you taught us about this very recent history around Biafra. Is there a movement or calls for some type of reparation? Because, we've seen reparations happen with the Holocaust of Jewish people. Absolutely. Deservedly so. You mentioned, I'm part of the National African Americans Reparation Commission that was started by Dr. Ron Daniels.
Absolutely. First of all, the Queen never once apologized. She never once opened her mouth to say sorry. Everybody, the history records know what happened and what was done in her name and for her crown. Not just to the people of Biafra, but you talked about the Kenyans, the Indians, the indigenous people, right? Native Americans. So it's just never once have they taken responsibility and just said sorry. So what I am advocating for, and what a lot of people are advocating for, number one is to just recognize what you did and say sorry. And then we can move on to conversations about what does reparations look like. It could look like leaving the oil alone.
Right.
It could look like, actual payments and repayments, of the compensating the 3 million lives that were lost.
Right.
I don't know. We haven't even gotten that far yet because we can't even get them to admit the shit they did.
Wow. Man.
And how does that feel as a language professor to know? It's so, it could all be so simple.
Yeah.
And then just that refusal.
They continue to dehumanize us. That's what it feels like. We are not even human enough to them to sit down with them as equals and say, this is what you did to us. And they recognize it and say, yes, this is what we did. And we're sorry. Even though it's open record, the fact that they never open their mouth and sit down with us and say it shows that they continue to view us as less than and undeserving of the common acknowledgement of our humanity and our dignity to say, yes, we harmed you and we're sorry.
Powerful way to end,
and that's why we call it This Week in White Supremacy.
Absolutely,
yes. This was a perfect synopsis of the theme of this show.
And the article we're going to share as our white pages is a recent article. Dr. Anya just wrote "Critical Race Pedagogy for More Effective and Inclusive World Language Teaching." Asking folks to, you said you liberated this article from behind.
I did. It was behind a paywall, and I used money from my research funds to pay the publisher to not put a paywall on it, because I believe that the teachers that I work for and I write for, who benefit from my work and who I also benefit from the work they're doing because they provide me with material for scholarship and investigation. I believe that they should have free access to the results of the work I do for them and with them.
Well, we greatly appreciate you doing that and appreciate you taking the time. I know you're busy. I know you've been kind of bombarded with media requests that you would take the time to come and sit with us and be so passionate, so vulnerable, and so open about his journey. And we're thankful to have this relationship with you now and looking forward to continuing to support the incredible work that you're doing at Carnegie Mellon University.
Thank you.
And onwards and upwards.
I'm in the Modern Languages Department in the Second Language Acquisition Program.
Absolutely. All right. Any closing thoughts? And I know we got some announcements. Treble?
I just want to say I am extremely grateful for you sitting down and talking with us, because you taught me a lot just by listening to everything that you were saying, and you provided not only us, but our viewers with the context that is needed to understand why there's a mixed reaction to the death of the Queen. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here, for hosting me. And thank you for, being my entryway into Black Pittsburgh, where I want to dwell.
Oh, that means two things.
Let's get it.
Come on, let's go.
That means two things. BlackPittsburgh.com.
Yeah,
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I know it's a lot, so I really appreciate you trusting us, and thank you so much to your partner as well. Just love y'all.
I took the time to come here, and I do get a lot of requests, but because you are Black people working for us, and I want to be a part of this community and what you're doing. So thank you for having me here.
'67 was the year. A year not to be forgotten in the history of mankind. A year of massacre, mass murder, genocide against the defenseless people of Biafra, men, women, and children, while the whole world watched and get entertained with the precious blood of Biafra spilled. The world watched and did nothing. But there was a voice in the wilderness, the voice of Okokondem screaming, Omo Biafra, Murunanya, onye ndiro gbara gburugburu na-eche ndụ ya nche. The voice of Radio Biafra, the voice of the voiceless, the voice of freedom. 55 years later, Radio Biafra is still defending humanity, bringing you news, information, analysis, revealing and exposing the kingdom of darkness called the Zoo Nigeria, saturating humanity with melody, music. Radio Biafra. We will never stop until Biafra is restored and beyond Biafra restoration. Do you know why? Radio Biafra, the first, and we are the last.
That there are no extenuating circumstances. You have been found guilty on all charges. Is there something you could tell the court before pronouncement of your sentence?
All we want is freedom. That's all we want. Freedom. Freedom for children to learn. Freedom for men to work. For mothers to love. For a nation to grow. That's all we want. Equality. see, I am just one of many. A foot soldier. There will be many, many more to follow. So, there is no court of law, no police force, no army that will stop the tide of revolution from turning. There is no punishment that you can lay out in this court. No law your government can pass that will kill the will of the people. Because we will fight. We will continue to fight until all our people are free. And maybe we can even free you from yourselves. So you can hate us, degrade us, torture us, and kill us. But we will fight. And we will be free. One day, we will be free. Amanda! Amanda!
Solomon Kalushi Mashango. You are hereby sentenced to death. You will be taken to Pretoria Central Prison on a date to be set, and you will be hanged by your neck until you die.
Therefore, the only election that makes sense in our place right now in Biafra land is a referendum. When we achieve a referendum, then all these nice things that people like Obi is talking about, how he's going to revive the economy and how he's going to put people to work, those are beautiful things to say. But for you to be able to implement those things, you have to have a just society to be able to do that. You have to be able to have people that are ready to receive the opportunity and want to participate to make their life better. You don't have that right now. What is Peter Obi going to do with millions of Aramajiris? How is he going to control the military? How is he going to control all the terrorist groups from the north? The banditries, Mieti Allah, Fulani Herdsmen, that are the fourth most deadliest terrorist group in the world by Global Watch on terrorism. And Saru, Al-Shabaab, how is an Igbo president going to control these terrorist groups? How is that going to happen? So the first thing is to secure our life first, before anything else. And the only way to do that is through a referendum. You have to be alive to participate in an election. Right now, our struggle has gone beyond economies. It's gone beyond a way of life. We are fighting for self-preservation at this time. Self-preservation. We're fighting to stay alive. And every Biafran should be able to see that. If you do not see that, it's either you're nonchalant, you don't care, or you're desperately wicked. One or the other. There is no other explanation. Thank you.
What I'm going to share with you is the ongoing history of how Biafra came about. And it's not something we rush through, because history has been denied in the school, and therefore people grew up not knowing what actually happened. I'm not going to say, everything that I speak to you, I was there. No, nobody can possibly be there. But we are so blessed and so privileged to have the Eastern Nigerian government at the time They took their time to record what happened to our people. So, what did they do? They went about to establish a tribunal. This tribunal is to allow those who survived the pogrom to come and give eyewitness accounts of what they went through. They were cross-examined. They were under oath in front of the High Court judge, the Chief Justice. This new case commission was targeted at getting at the bottom of the truth of what happened to our people. So it's a worthy read. I wish one day in every Biafran school we will have this commission report called the Massacre of Nnamdi, 1966. Is anybody who can read and can understand must read it. So there'll be no ambiguity as to what happened to our people. Briefly then, the tribunal was set up by the Eastern Region government to ask those who survived the pogrom. Remember that those who died, nobody could give account of them. Those people who actually survived, who extricated themselves out of the north or northern Nigeria, were asked to come and give witness. It took 49 days. There were 253 witnesses. There was an exhibition of 498 exhibits. They went from town to town, from Enugu to Onitsha, to Aba, to Port Harcourt, to Calabar, to Uyo and Ogoja, gathering this information and therefore recording it, not just for you and I to read, but for history and also for posterity. So the issue at the moment in Nigeria is that those who perpetrated this crime don't even want to say they have done it, let alone apologize for it. There are still ongoing killing of our people. If we do not know where this thing started, how are we then going to defend ourselves? So there's a saying that if we don't know where the rain started beating us, we're not going to learn to defend ourselves from the rain. So this is the reason behind knowing the source of the history and the eyewitness accounts, which I'm going to share with you today. Because of the time constraint, I'm going to therefore limit it and structure it in such a way that hopefully most of you will understand it. There are underheadings of motives. Why did this happen? The motives for massacre. The next one is the methodology. How do you get about? And of course, the crime itself, the madness, the murder. It's like a crime scene. What motives they have? How did they go about it? And the actual crime. So motives, method, and the madness, I call it. The third bit is to look at, just pick, because of the time, we can't go through every single witness account. We pick maybe 2 or 3 towns where this pogrom was visited and the people of Eastern Region. Remember at that time, they're not called Biafrans. They thought they were Nigerians. They're in the same country. But where they were is a different part of the same country, but were killed by their neighbors, their co-workers, and so on and so forth. So we're going to look at the towns like Katsina, Kanu, Kanji, and of course Kaduna. So I'm going to begin by saying to you the motives, quite briefly. Okay, so Mazi might be surprised to note that one of the witnesses, his name is Mazi, S-W-A-N Onoha. I'm not sure if they're related.
Maybe, who knows? That's a sweet coincidence.
Yes, so just in case it's related, you have a relative who went to the north in the 60s. It might be part of their witness. Okay, so what I'm going to read to you is what they thought was the motivating factor. What in the crime scene or in the criminal court? I'm sure I'm talking after my league here. You know more about it than I do. The judge will ask you, what are the motives if you say he didn't? What are his motivations? What motivated him to do such a thing? So we can look at extenuating circumstances, for example. So the motivation, for example, so now what I'm going to tell you about. The motive for the pogrom is something which they have looked into. Okay, and they said that the question is the complete extermination of Easterners from the place in the north. In other words, how did they stop killing people in the north? Well, the answer to that is when there was no more Easterners to be killed. So they have succeeded. So that's one of the motives, to chase away and kill as many of Easterners as they possibly can in the north. Okay?
Then, in connection, they had what they call the 7-point program or 7-point agenda of the organizers of the pogrom. Some people went down, they had several meetings, they organized this actual killing of the Easterners. It's exhibit SWAN, that's the initials of Mr. Onwaha, SWAN, so it's exhibit SWAN 24, and it reads as follows. Number 1 motive, to kill off the Major General and the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. His name is Major General JTU Agi Rensi. They succeeded. Secondly, to kill off all the Yamri army officers. They killed as many as they can. Over 200 of them were killed. The third one is they subsequently purged the army of Yamri by killing the rest of the ranks and file. What happened? They called a bugle. Everybody came out, and those who were evil were chased out from the line and killed. The officers murdered. Okay? So this all happened on the 29th of July. Then the next reason for or motivation was with the aid of the Westerners, they said, in the army, to take complete control of the armed forces. They take over the complete control of the police force, the navy, and to purge off the Yamiris, as they call the Easterners, in all these forces. So they turned around the Nigerian military, which was multi-ethnic, multilingual, multi-religious, into a mono-ethnic. Well, a bloc from the north, which is supposed to control the army, police, navy, air force, everything. So that is all part of their motivation. So we are feeding in Nigeria today part of this plan, this one's exhibition, this Mr. Onwaha's exhibition of the plan for killing our people. Then the next one is to kill off and dispossess all the Anyamri domiciled in the northern region. They succeeded. Then the next one is to use the armed forces to take complete control of the country's government. And that's what they did under Yakubu Gowon. So they took over the complete control, the running machinery of the government, because they killed Agi Rensi, they killed his host, Faji, who's a Yoruba guy in Ibadan, looking up who is his host. They killed both of them, and then they turned onto the soldiers and killed them, and as a result, they made the place ungovernable, in the sense that they controlled the Lagos, they controlled the north, and they had difficulty taking over the east. So the coup of 29 of July 1966 was partially successful. They changed the government, all right, but they have not got complete control of the eastern region. So because Ojukwu was in the eastern region, because the coup did not affect that, it was a partial success. And that is why we had the war. Because Ojukwu said, no, you can't cross this line and kill my people and get away with it. So part of the motivation also was they want a revenge. Okay, you can argue that the Saduna Sokoto, who is, as I said last time, the spiritual leader and also the governor of the northern region then, should not have been killed. The hotheads, the young military, the majors and the captains, led by Nzogbu in the north, Ifajin in the west, they succeeded in killing their spiritual leader, Saduna Sokoto, Hamadu Bello. And then Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, his prime minister, was also killed. So now, part of the motive there for killing all the people living in the north who have Eastern origin was to get rid of these people, and because having killed their own, they want to revenge on Dr. Azikiwe, they want to kill Dr. Abara, they want to kill Ojukwu, they want to kill Major Nzogbu. The interesting thing is killing Ojukwu, although Ojukwu became the governor of the Eastern region, he was actually in the north, helped to stop the coup in the north. The Commonwealth countries met in Lagos, and all the politicians were returning from Lagos to Kanu. Ojukwu welcomed them. So if they think it was an Igbo coup, he would have locked them all up. But he was one who protected and looked after them. So yet, in their agenda or motive, they want to kill Ojukwu and also Major Nzogbu. Major Nzogbu died during the war, but they gave him a military honor burial. They took his body from Enugu, where he died, around the Nsukka sector, and buried him in Kaduna, as I understand. Okay, so then the next thing is to destroy Port Harcourt, Enugu, University of Nigeria, and Nsukka, which they have succeeded partly, because the University of Nsukka, even up till now, the chemical department has not been activated, because they're fear that they may produce more chemicals during the war. Then finally, to kill off all the Yamri top civil servants, and all the wealthy Yamri, male and female, all the Yamri educated giants, It's like if you don't have educated giants, you kill other people's educated giants. Anyway, all grown-up males and females in Yamri, and then to leave only sucklings and Yamri in their land. And in their radio Kaduna broadcast throughout the war is, yes, let us go and kill all the Yamris, rape their women, take their property, and leave them the just baby suckling. So that was all the motivation. So if you're in the middle of the court and the judge asks, what was their motive? These are the 7-point agenda which they lined up and was made known to us by the witness. He's called his 8th witness, Mr. S-A-W-A-N Onoha. Okay, so that is a basis for which they operate on. Now, how did they go about the method? The method they went about was excessive madness in a way. They didn't just kill you, they made sure the way they went about it was so bad. And it's maybe some of us have to make sure you have strong stomach when we read most of the things they did to our people. Okay? How did they do it? First of all, there's a planned killing of our people. Like most genocide, they have those who sit down and plan it. So it was planned, mostly by their undergraduates at Ahmadu Bello University. They also had sometimes the help of the foreigner. British people, especially British lecturers, assisted them in planning this pogrom. They wanted revenge of the Sadwana. They wanted to make sure nobody on the east rose in the northern part to play any role whatsoever. So the killing was deliberate. It was directed. It was specific, targeting Easterners. Well, I keep calling them Easterners so that you know at that time they were from Eastern region of Nigeria. So they were targeting, directed to them, specific to them. If you find a Yoruba person, you left them out. If you find an Igbo person, you killed them. It was unrelenting. In other words, there are several waves of it. There was one in May. There was one in July. There was one in September. There was one in October. So it was waves after waves after waves. Was it spontaneous? Well, if you throw a pebble inside a pond, it will spin from the point where it landed and ripple outwards. Okay? But this one, it didn't start from one point and then ripple outwards. It was every city started at 7 o'clock on Saturday evening. It was planned. Okay, imagine a whole vast area of northern Nigeria, as big as Western Europe. Every single city, they all came out to start killing the Igbos 7 o'clock on a Saturday in one of the instances. So it was planned on that time at that hour. Then what else? It was coordinated. They even had buses which the native authority had. It's like the people who run northern Nigeria, they're called the native authority. Part of them run the police and so on. So they took the buses from these people, went into the villages and got people to come out from the villages to come into town to kill the Igbos or to kill the Yamris or to kill the Easterners. They also imported, in some instances, people who are believed not to be necessarily Nigerians, but people from Chad and so on, specifically come to join in killing. They use all sorts of weapons. There's an arrow, axes, clubs, stones. They use guns. They use any weapon they can get hold of. They burned people alive. They buried them in wells. They all did all sorts of things. And the most important thing that tell you that was not a spontaneous accident that happened, people were just rioting and killing anyhow. They were involved by they used the typed, let me repeat that, typed address of where the Easterners live. They had in their hand typed address of where these people live, so they would not miss their houses. Okay. When they went to Yoruba land, I mentioned before, they had to knock on your door and they mentioned Toro. And if you say Toro like an Igbo person compared to Yoruba person, they know you are foreign and they killed you. Okay. Don't forget the people's faces were also scarred. You can also identify who is Yamli or who is from Eastern region and who isn't by the scar on their faces and so on and so forth. So if you're Yoruba, you normally have your scar, your tribal marking, I call it. And also in the northern, they have their own tribal marking. So you can see somebody, majority but did not have this tribal mark, so you can also identify who they are. Okay, so that is some of the methods which they used. Okay, so it's in actually killing. That's one. The second one I want to point your attention to is that in addition to all this planning, okay, they also had what I call deception. They say to you, if a group of Easterners heard, oh, there's going to be a killing from Friday onwards. So they start packing their bags. So the next thing you come on the radio and say, oh no, you heard a rumor that there was going to be killing. Actually, there isn't. Don't worry about it. We will protect. No, we will protect you. Honestly, we will. Don't worry about it. It's all false. So they stayed behind. And of course, it was a false rumor. It was not a false rumor. It was a genuine rumor, but they allowed them to stay to be killed. Okay, so I don't know if I explained that properly. You hear that there's going to be killing. Instead of allowing them to act on that rumor, they decided that no. Let me reassure you, that it's going to be okay. Don't worry about it on the radio. So this guy stayed and they got killed. Then the next trick they use, which is another methodology, which is very, very clever. It's like they even go. There's one which acted well in Kanu, which we'll talk about Kanu shortly. They said that we hear that people are trying to go back to the east by train on the 1st of October, and there'll be a train leaving Kanu. So please make sure you pack your bags, and that we encourage you to board the train and that. Of course, on that day, there'll be lots and lots of people from the eastern region who pack their belongings and everything and go to the station. And when they get there, there'll be no train. And then instead, the military will arrive with a gang of people, and they get clobbered to death and killed. So there's so many tricks they use to lure our people into positions of helplessness. And the other thing they did was to cause them to be disarmed. Now, normally you have your double-barrel gun, you have your knife, you have something to even defend yourself. They went around making sure all these people they're going to kill were disarmed beforehand. So they were defenseless. And then the military went around with the crowd and killed as many of them as possible. So that is part of the revolting aspect of how they went about killing our people. And it's really is something worth bearing in mind. There are so many other ways of describing what they did to us. For example, let me just find you what happened. So on one of the days, instance, many people were killed, and the NA, which is the Northern Authority policemen, used their big lorries to carry the corpses to the grave. Okay, they hide the body. The dead body were buried in groups of 20, in groups of 50, in groups of 60. Okay, and then large graves were dug by the caterpillars that belonged to this Northern Authority people. The burial was conducted by the armed soldiers. The soldiers were standing by with their arms. So they said it was because this guy who was able to see all this was wearing the Hausa dress, okay, one of the witnesses, and he spoke fluent Hausa. So they will not tell that it's evil person watching them. So another bad thing was a Benin lady who was killed, and many sharp pieces of broken bottles packed into her private part. And they left her naked inside a hotel. Okay? Another one is Mrs. Pauline, who was killed in the same day, Enugu Road, and an international hotel. And the Ibibio man who was burnt alive inside his car at the airport road. He was a meteorological officer. Then they saw a Hausa man who conducted sexual intercourse on a young girl, on an Igbo girl, and Kanu, and this girl vomited until she died. It was gang raped. There's so many things they did to us. So the attacks on schools and churches provided yet another instances of callosities and, of course, of the assailants. So they desecrated the church. The people professing to know and worship God, the very difficult way of explaining it, doing God honor. That's the attack on armed civilians by the army, by police, and supposed to give them protection. That's the worst thing. The police and the army, you're supposed to run to them for protection, but in fact, it was the same people who joined in and was behind and watched you be killed. So that's part and parcel why they can never be trusted. So I'll talk to you briefly about the motives of the massacre, the method where they went about it. They're ugly, of course. They put a rod behind your back, they tie your hand behind the long rod, and there they gouge out your eye, took out your private parts, and all sorts of things. There are so many methods. I don't want to make it even worse, but I just want to now concentrate on the madness. I'm going to use Katina. I know time is spent, or time is pressing, So let me know how I'm doing with time. Because we need to tell this story properly.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. I think we have about half an hour. Yes, more or less.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm not going to describe what happened in individual towns. I'm going to take Katsina, which is the hometown of Buhari, of course. Katsina in 1966, May. So the Katsina, of course, is the capital of the Katsina Emirate. The Emir of Katsina is the father of the military governor of the northern Nigeria at that time, called Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina. There are 4 principal witnesses that gave evidence of the disturbances in riot in Katsina. Okay, so we're going to now hear from those who were in Katsina in May when the riot started. Their names are Enoch Enoch Ejikeme is the 26th witness. Then there's a Vincent Modebel, and he's the 27th witness. Then there's a James Aka, who is 138th witness, and Mrs. Cecilia Mabel Anebuna. So there are names which are entered into this tribunal, which can be cross-referenced and checked out. The 26th witness, Enoch Ejikeme, right, he lived in Katsina, he said, for 50 years, from 1951 to June 1966, when he was compelled by the disturbances to flee the north. He owned a story building near the Emir's palace. This is what he has to say. I am a native of Ojoto. Katsina is perhaps the area worst affected by the disturbances, even though there was a deliberate attempt to play down the seriousness of the situation there, both during and after the disturbances. I am willing to appear before the tribunal to give evidence about what I saw during the disturbance. So what I'm saying to you is that there are people who survived it, who are willing to testify under oath and cross-examine as to what they saw. So the event we're reading that has been stored for posterity is genuine and can be taken as a factual evidence. Now, it was around, this is his account, he said around 2 a.m., listen to this, 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., this early hours, but it's ungodly hours, I call it. In the early morning of 29th of May 1966, a large number of houses started collecting in the Emir's palace. Remember, these people lived in the Sabongari, outside the palace, outside the walled city. So those who are allowed to enter the Emir's palace have to be vetted. They're all houses. Okay, they went in. Now, round about 6 a.m. in the morning, they then burst out from the palace, carrying sticks, machetes, daggers, axes, etc., and all other dangerous weapons. They spread themselves all over the town. They were looting, burning houses and shops. Some of the NA, Northern Authority Police, took active part. Let me repeat that. Some of the NA police took active part, while others made no attempt to bring the situation under control. So you're supposed to be law and order. Instead of stopping the mob, going around looting, killing, you actually take part and joining them and did nothing. So the attack was directed against people of southern Nigerian origin, with the exclusion of Yorubas. So Yorubas also from the south, but they were not taught. Only the Igbos were targeted, or people of eastern origin. Then one Mr. Joseph of Uji, okay, was stabbed to death that very morning. While the attack continued, the Emir of Katsina, if you are the Emir, you are the boss of the whole area. Whatever people say you do, they do. Whatever you say, rather, they will do. They're under your control. So the Emir of Katsina, Alhaji Usman Nagogo, the former northern minister, okay? So then there's a number. So Alhaji, let me repeat his name again. The Emir of Katsina was Alhaji Usman Nagogo. And then there's a former northern minister who was an MP, Alhaji Issa Kaita. Then there's an Alhaji Musa Tafida Yaradua. Then there's a former ministry of Lagos Affairs and Magaji Gari, the Emir's son, were parading the town up and down, cheering the looters on. So these are the responsible members of that very town. Instead of them bringing law and order, they're actually encouraging the mob to go on the rampage. My two big shops, this is the witness, my two big shops, this is AGK, my two big shops and stores were all looted, as well as my residence. Not a pin was left for me. They even swept the rooms. They swept the shop. They swept the stores with brooms. Can you imagine? The telephone number 152 Katsina is one of the shops was removed, so he can't phone. So they moved in gangs, and each numbered about 300 to 400 people. Towards evening, every southerner resident in Katsina, repeat that, towards evening, every southerner resident in Katsina had been rendered homeless, hopeless, and penniless. We were therefore evacuated by Northern Authority Police to a place 2 miles from the town. So they rounded them up, took them to a place 2 miles away from the town. We numbered over 2,000, including women and children. We were not allowed to move out from the compound, which had but one gate. We suffered from both hunger and fear. On Monday, 30th May 1966, the military governor of the Northern Group of Provinces summoned the meeting of emirs and chiefs to state their grievances, because there's rioting now. So the military governor, Katsina, asked the emirs and all the chiefs to come for a meeting. So on the 31st of May 1966, the emir of Katsina left for Kaduna. That's where the meeting is being held. Kaduna is the capital then of the northern region. So they went to Kaduna to attend the meeting. And it was alleged that the emir, on leaving for Kaduna, ordered his men not to tamper with our life yet, pending his return and the result of their meeting. So give strict order. This will be rounded up. 2,000 or so people be rounded up. Don't touch them until I return. On Wednesday, 1st of June, 1966, the Nigerian army arrived at the scene, and we were released forthwith. The Nigerian army then entered and released them. So on the following Thursday and Friday, 2nd and 3rd, respectively, some of us fled to Kanu. They escaped. Now, on that very Friday, 3/6/66 afternoon, the emir returned from Kaduna. And on Saturday, 4/6/66, no southerner was allowed to leave the town. He put another order and don't allow them to escape. Those who managed to escape were pursued, and many of them slaughtered in the way. Now, the violence was therefore renewed, and the worst inhuman acts were performed on the Saturday, 4/6/66. Now, the emir again took the lead, together with his team, comprising Alhaji Issa Kaita, former minister, Northern Nigeria Education Minister. Then they have Alhaji Musa Tafida Yarudua, who was former federal minister in Lagos Affairs. Then Magaji Gari, who is Lieutenant Colonel Katsina's twin brother, who is the emir's son. All these people joined in chasing and killing. Then the climax was reached when Southerners, seeing what has happened, ran and took refuge. Those who were behind, they ran into the police charge office. They ran into the police station. These people were locked inside the office, which were then packed full with refugees. They were set on fire. They ran to police and they were burnt inside the police. Okay? Burnt to ashes together with all the refugees therein. This Saturday episode affected many government employees who could not leave the town without the consent of the employer, as well as the independent business people who were tied down by their business links or the otherwise. None was left alive, except a few of us whom God hid away out of their sight, who live now to tell this story. Another devilish plan worthy of note was that as soon as the Saturday massacre started, the Katsina provincial secretary, instead of telephoning to Kanu to bring the armies close to rid of this scar, instead of telephoning Kanu to bring the armies, he chose to ride on his car to Kanu, a distance of 108 miles away, in order to bring the army to himself. So now, why is he doing that? He can just pick up a phone and call them, and they come. But he chose to drive 108 miles. So the trick lies in that fact that before he could return to Katsina from Kanu with the armed forces, the operation had been completed and many lives were lost. So all this tomfooleries. Now, the fact that a large and unknown number of people were burnt alive in police charge office made it highly impossible for anyone to give an accurate figure of the deaths. Also, many were killed and hidden away, and many thrown into wells and pits. So then, the gruesome incidents of the burning of Nigerian building at Katsina was confirmed by Miss Mabel Anabunwa, who's the 235th witness, whose husband, Mr. D.G. Anabuna, was one of the victims. She watched him die. Her evidence described as follows. This is Mr. Anabuna. My name is Cecilia Mabel Anabuna. I joined my husband Katina on the 4th of August 1962 and returned to the East on the 18th of June 1966. After my husband was murdered on 4/6/66, I have 2 children. My husband had 3 children from the first wife who died earlier. I am now caring for those 3 children and my own 2. My husband was a first class clerk in the Ministry of Agriculture, Katsina, and also a special constable. Now, on the 4th of June 1966, he returned suddenly to inform me that the incident of looting, which occurred on the 29th of May, was being repeated. I immediately backed my baby, and together we escaped to the nearest police station. While we were pursuing by the armed villains, we ran into the police station. We were admitted inside by the police station. Thereupon, the mob attacked the shuttle with knives and axes. The police warned them not to attack the station, but Malam Magadi Gary, who was Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina's twin brother, retorted, warning the police not to disturb the civilians who were carrying out the order of the emir. So basically, the police were warning the rioters. This police officer, who is the brother of the governor of the northern Nigeria and the son of the emir, was telling the police people, don't disturb the civilians who are rioting because they're carrying out the order of the emir. So the emir, the person in charge of the Katsina, was actually heading the riot. So the rioters were thenceforth unfettered. That no one can disturb them because they've been told that the emir is in charge. So they broke inside through the doors and windows and, of course, started to kill people indiscriminately. And one of the victims was my husband, Mr. D.G. Onibuna. So now, many other women and I went to appeal to Magagi Garrett, Hassan's twin brother, but he said they could not disobey the emir. About 18 men were victims. Their corpses were burned, followed by the burning of the police station and the government staff quarters. In the evening, the women were conveyed in police truck to the Northern Authority police station, where we stayed for some days. Later, we were taken to an unfinished hotel building, where the Red Cross supplied us food and some baby clothing. I left Katsina to Kanu on the 9th of June 1966 to meet my husband's brother. On the 14th of June, I left for the East. One Reverend Father X was very kind to victims. He helped many wounded people to the hospital until he was seriously warned by one Mr. Namara, who's a British, that if he continued, he, Father X, would be attacked for transparently taking sides with Easterners. It was in this Mr. McMara's house that several night meetings were held. Mr. McMara was soul and body in the planning of the pogrom. So I'm just going to leave it there. What happened then? This lady was cross-examined. It's not enough to just tell us this is what you saw. So they said the witness was then questioned closely, and one of the questions, this is what she has to say. You actually saw Magari Gary with your own eye in the police station? And that was the question. They say, yes, I saw him. My husband was working with him. This Magari was NA, Native Authority Police Officer. So my husband was working with him. He used to come to our house frequently in connection with his work. So that when this thing happened, I went with other women, appealed to the man, and begged him to stop the rioting. He said that he would not do so, and that I was in order, it was an order from the Emir, and Emir is his father. So from Katsina, the disturbances spread to other towns in Katsina Emirate, like Fontua, Malumpasi, Siga, etc. So in these towns, the story of the direct involvement of the Emir in the disturbances is told again and again by other witnesses. The death toll in Katsina Emirate will be seen later on. So what I've just described to you is one of the caves, one of the towns, and what happened. Where you have people supposed to run into police for protection, they got burnt inside there. Where sometimes the police actually join in rioting, looting, and killing, sweeping not just your stores of every single thing, including the paint. They brush, they sweep it so you have nothing left, because they will destroy you economically. If you're lucky, you get out alive, and then nothing to go on. So that is one of the madness that I described in just one town. Wait till you hear about Kanu. Wait till you hear about Kaduna. Okay, so I just finished talking about Katsina. I'm happy to continue. Okay, so I talked about Katsina. I'm going to talk about quickly about Kaduna. Okay, Kaduna. And that may help us to wrap up for today. We're talking about Katsina. We're now going to talk about what happened in Kaduna. Kaduna, as you know, was the capital of the northern region at the time. Okay? So it's pertinent to understand that this just didn't happen in Katsina. It also happened in major cities in the north. Okay, so I'm going to now talk about Kaduna. Right. Kaduna has no emir, okay, at this stage, because it's the seat of the government in the northern Nigeria. It has no emir or district head. It is the capital of northern Nigeria and the seat of northern Nigeria regional government. The military governor lives there. That's the mentioned his name earlier, Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina. Okay. The heads of all the departments of the government have their offices in Kaduna. The police headquarters is in Kaduna. One would have thought that all places, Kaduna would be the last place one would expect to see innocent civilians exposed to mob attack. So in other words, it's like the capital, it's like London. Okay, you'll expect the police to be well equipped to prevent riots and killing of innocent people. So Kaduna was the capital in the north. Now the evidence showed that Kaduna was just as affected as any other important towns in the Hausa-speaking areas. Now, in fact, it was the top civil servant that led the attack. So here's what witness 52 have to say. His name is Daniel Godreau Principal. After the Daniel coup, the head of my department, Mr. N.B. Kirby, Territorial Control of North, called me up to take care of the personnel in the exchange and some other P&T installations in Kaduna. A few hours later, out of sheer curiosity, I went to the Saduana's house in Kaduna to check up on the news we have heard. I found water and blood dripping from the upstairs, and quite a number of northerners were in the premises as well as within the building. I was amazed to find that all the Northerners were showing no signs of grief. In fact, some of them were in Sardaunia's sitting room at that time, were having fun by parodying the official procedure, the protocol and pomp they had observed during the Sardaunia's lifetime. For example, someone would pose as the Sardaunia secretary, would say, rank a dead, and genuflect, then there would be riotous laughter. Others mimic the way they laugh, and so on and so forth. So some Hausa friends told me that the coup was a godsend, but that it was only fault was that nobody was killed in the East. Okay? So this is the impression the Houses had when the Sardaunia secretary was killed. There was widespread celebration in the whole Nigeria until they turned it into an evil coup and started killing all the evils. So then came Decree 34. Decree 34 was trying to unify Nigeria into one country in the sense that the North and East and West have always been separate. They had their own government, they had their own embassies, even in London and Washington. Every region had their own embassies. So the army came in and wanted to unify everything. So, for the unification of the public services, after its publication, Northern civil servants felt very insecure. They had issues with, there are more people in the South who are more trained, more educated than we are, and so on. So if you unified the civil servants, we're going to be edged out of our jobs. So they felt insecure and openly complained about it. So it was understood that permanent secretaries and other top government officials of Northern origin, they masterminded this demonstration. Then on the 29th of May, which is a Sunday, it's called Black Sunday, we heard rumors of violence in the town. We were already in the church at the Faith Tabernacle, Kaduna, for evening service when we noticed that the whole environment of the church and the street outside was filled with houses. At the end of the service, we could not go out. So now, witness Julius Abisi. I was transferred from Lagos to Kaduna, and I arrived Kaduna February 1st, 1958, when that day I had been living Kaduna until I returned by air on the 5th of October because of the unfortunate incident in the north. After the January coup, and relations existed between Easterners and Northerners took a different shape till May, when everything deteriorated. So now he's saying, May 28, Northerners asked for permission for the police to demonstrate against the military regime. They wanted this demonstration to take effect on the 20th of May, but having been refused the permission, they staged the demonstration with violence on the 29th. They used this demonstration as an instrument to kill, loot, destroy the property of Easterners residing in the Kaduna. They continued this operation extermination for full 3 days before the army intervened. Now then, on the 29th of May, the same thing happened. A group of Hausa top civil servants held a meeting at Ahmad Bello Stadium. This meeting started at 1 p.m. on Saturday and lasted till 4 p.m. It was from that meeting they spread to the town, attacking every Easterner they met. Looting, arson, and killing of the law-abiding Easterners featured predominantly. After the attack, they started going from house to house, hunting for Easterners to kill. As I understand, and speaking Hausa fluently, I had the opportunity to mix freely with every Northerner. What they were saying was nothing like peace will remain in the map of Nigeria. Now, from this time onwards, peace and tranquility eluded Kaduna. Easterners started running from one corner of the bush to the other, search for safety. The situation remained like this until the 29th of September. Now, on the 29th of September, I witnessed the heaviest killings. The corpses were being transported from town to the hospital. The extent of the killings was so great that the ambulance could not cope with the evacuation of corpses, so that they had to employ PWD and P&T tippers to help in clearing the corpses. The most sorrowful sight I have ever seen was that young men were sitting on top of the corpses dancing, and singing merrily as they drove round the town. Earlier, on the 24th of September, my chief warden, Mr. Robinson Okoye, was killed in his room. And this was done not by the army, nor by the police, but the House of Warden under him. These Hausa members of our staff organized themselves to attack we fellow Eastern wardens. They said we must have all of you wiped out. They even said this in public. Personally, these were vandals chased me in broad daylight. I only managed to escape because I was riding while they were attacking. After riding up the mile and a half from them, I dodged and entered the bush. The molestation directed to us by House members of staff had to support the senior men because each time we went to them to lodge a complaint, they would merely say, "Go away." Our only savior was the instruction from Lagos that all of us should come en masse transfer to the east. We eventually arrived in Easter Air on the 5th of October without any of the belongings. So I'm going to pause there because what I just tried to read are areas so far as Katsina and Kaduna where you expect to be some protection for reasonable human beings. The emir should keep order, but he was chasing around and making sure people were being killed. And in one of the instances, he was driving around in his car and hooting his car horn and saying, leave the properties, kill them. After killing them, then the properties will be yours. So people were looting and killing at the same time. So he advised them to just kill the people first, and then they'll collect all their properties. So he's supposed to be in a prison of authority to advise people to bring peace and order, but he didn't. The police joined in. They were burnt in the police. There's so many things that happened to our people. And the plan was to empty the north from easterners. And about, as I said before, 1.8 to 2 million people returned to the eastern region as a result of insecurity in the rest of Nigeria. And as a result of that insecurity, the Biafrans decided to form their own country as a way of guaranteeing their safety.
All over the world is ready too. Doctor, let's do this.
Greetings. From part 4, because the last part we were talking about the killing fields. We mentioned Katsina, we mentioned Kaduna. Today we're going to briefly mention Kanji Dam and Kanu. The reason I'm talking about the killings in the north, because it was the actual killings that triggered the declaration of Biafra, because there was no trust for anywhere in Nigeria where the people of Eastern origin could safely call their own without being killed. And if we fail to understand that history, then it's difficult to understand why Biafra was declared. The people will have a different narrative and blame us for being killed. So let me go straight into it. So the reason why I'm going on about it is because it was documented. It's not hearsay. It's not what my relative told me. This was a government-led instruction to be written down in front of a high court judge, Justice Onuke's tribunal. They recorded the survivors' tale of what happened to them. It took them 49 days. They had evidence from 253 survivors. They exhibited 498 exhibits. They traveled from Enugu, Onitsha, Aba, Port Harcourt, Calabar, Oyo, Ugoja, gathering evidence and detailing and recording them. So no one would turn around and say, this thing didn't happen. This was before we went into Biafran War. So, without further ado, and I urge you all to read it. It's called The Massacre of Ndibo, 1966. So one day it is my hope that every school child, at least in the Biafran setting, would have read it, understood it. So there'll be no more lies about what happened to us. Let me talk about the 4 Ks. I mentioned Kaduna, Katsina. Today's turn is Kanji Dam. Now, where's Kanji Dam? Kanji Dam It's around Ilorin, where the Italian firm called Impreglio, SPA, was building a dam for Nigeria to generate electricity. We're still waiting for the electricity in Nigeria. Anyway, so that was back in the 60s. They employed about 6,000 Easterners at this Kanji Dam construction. This was one of the sites of the worst slaughters for people of Eastern origin. This is what happened. It was a combined operation between the police and the civilians. The most important witness was somebody called Clement Biafra, who recorded what happened to the situation. So it's not a hearsay, an eyewitness. On the 29th and 30th of September, there was mass killing, which has continued to the worst of them to be in Kanji Dam police station, in front of police station. And this is what happened. A police van was fitted with a loudspeaker. It went round the town, informing any Easterner who wishes to go back to the east to assemble at the police station in order that the necessary arrangement could be made for them to be evacuated. This piece of news, of course, spread, was received with joy for all those of us, according to him, this witness, who wanted to escape. They thought this gesture was, in fact, made in good faith. It was otherwise, as their subsequent experience was to show, was the opposite. So when the remaining Easterners they haven't killed have heard about there will be a possibility of them being evacuated, so they assembled at the police station with all their loads, and they sat down waiting for further instructions for their repatriation. Little did they know that they had come to face their death. So it was, in fact, an appointment with death, according to him, for the next moment. What happened then, a group of unruly Hausas, that's general term for those in the north, appeared once more with their death weapon, chanting war songs, grinning at us, and positioning themselves strategically around the building. After a time, the policemen arrived in great numbers, and they asked us whether we were now ready to go back to the region, to our region. Of course, we joyfully answered yes. Then one of the house's civilians stepped out, mockingly asked us if there was anything we could do if he began to shoot at us. Now, before he had time to answer this question, he had already let go of his gun in our midst. So therefore, a frantic scramble to escape ensued. The police participated in the killing of many of us. During this shooting, I lost a relative, Mr. Ralph Nwa BC, who was aged 26, a motor driver with Impreglio SPA Kanji. The looting of our property started simultaneously with the killing. From a corner where I was, I could see the police helping the civilians to make away with our property. All my properties were carried. So it's not enough to state all this. This person now had to be cross-examined in front of a judge. And the question is, this massacre at the police station, Ganji Dam, what date would that be? He said on the night of the 29th September. Remember, back in Lagos, they were having a meeting after the July killings to have a discussion on how to move Nigeria forward. There was a meeting going on, and then the killing broke out again in September. Okay, so this was the background. Now, around that time, the thing then in the court was, at what time? He said around 9 o'clock and 10 p.m. when the whole thing started and continued. The next question was, would it be correct to say that Easterners were tricked into assembling at the Kanji Dam police station to enable them to massacre you? The answer was yes. And then he was asked again, and the trick was practiced by, he said, well, it was performed by police. The question, you law-abiding citizen trusted the police as your protectors? The answer is yes. Would it be correct to say that were it not for practice on you by the police, perhaps these vandals might not have had the opportunity to slaughter you as they did? They say they might not have had the opportunity to slaughter Easterners en masse. That's true. Now, immediately before the attack on the 29th, how many Easterners will you estimate gathered at the police station? Or you said very many. Give me an idea. Said about 2,000. Now, during the lengthy cross-examination that followed, the witness gave further details of the police civilian formation and preparation for the attack. Let me cut this story long, which is a bit long, short. Basically, these people brought in new, fresh police officers from a different region in Nigeria to surround the police station and remove the ones they were familiar with, and they were used in addition with mob to kill the people. They went around asking, assemble at the police station if they want to get back to the eastern region. So that's one of the repulsive bits of the killing of the eastern. They were lured into the traps, okay? And so it's not the first time they've done that trick. In Kanu, which we're going to look at shortly, they use the same trick because they say, oh, the train will be leaving such and such a date, so you all gather, and the act made it easier for them to slaughter many more, okay? So that's the trick was being used, and the tribunal uncovered this. So I'm going to move now to Kanu at the time. Kanu, as you know, is it's a very, very busy ancient city in the north. It has a national airport. Okay? So this one was witness called Okpawa, beg your pardon, P.I. Okpawa. Is witness number 125. So what happened to him? He said, I was shot from the back. They raised the occiput, which is the back of your head, back of your skull. And he fell down and lost consciousness for a time. Had that bullet gone a little deeper, his brain would have been, of course, blown out, and he would have died on the spot. On the other hand, had the wound been a shade slight or less, then he would have lived, and he would not have lost consciousness, and of course the army would have come and shot him like other people. So this is the part of the story which he told us that happened to him in Kanu. He said, one soldier ordered us outside and asked me, this was in the actual airport when they appeared. The other story was that all the big wigs, they came with their white agbada, all the politicians, Manda's clip of the bit of the film they're allowed to show. There was an attack inside an airport terminal, an international airport. The police arrived, the army arrived, and they said, where are the young and they start shooting, hitting people. So this is a scene from that. Okay, the plane had just arrived from London, parked in Kanu. People are just coming out, disembarking at Kanu. If you're from the eastern region, they lined you up and shot you. They were from abroad. So this is a report of what happened in Kanu. And the people doing the killing are Nigeria's best. In other words, they went to Congo to Nigeria, the United Nations force. You have to keep peace in Congo. So they are the police. They are the actual elite of the Nigerian army, if you like, in Kanu. It was actually commanded by Chukwemeka Dumegwu. Yeah, it's a battalion. So where he was, of course, at this stage in the eastern region as a governor, eastern region. So what was left of the Nigerian army in Kanu joined the troops, joined the civilians in massacring ordinary civilians. They burst into the airport, and this is what happened. So one soldier ordered us out and asked me where I was from. When I told him I was from Midwesterner, he told me that I was lying because he knew where I came from. What I heard was a bad turn, quick march. I heard a shot behind me, and I fell down and passed out. How long I was there before I came round, I could not tell. But when I became conscious, a heap of dead bodies, men, were on top of me. Some still breathing, the others stone dead. It took me some time to extricate myself from the dead bodies heaped upon me. I crept over other dead bodies and I tried to hide because soldiers were still shooting people down in the hiding places in the airport. Presently, I found myself in a big kitchen, and the whole length of the breadth of that was littered with dead bodies. 2 HAUSA stewards in the kitchen refused me entry until I paid them £5. And within seconds of my entry, about 5 armed northern soldiers entered the kitchen, shouting, "Are there any more Opera brothers left to be shot?" Opera, of course, was Dr. Michael Opera, who was the premier of the Eastern region. He wasn't killed in the first coup of January 66. He was the governor of the Eastern region, and at this stage, the Northerners hate him because he did not agree with the census when they did the census, I believe in 63 or so. And he said it was inflated and it cannot hold. So they hated him as a result of it. And everybody from the East, they were suspecting them because they wanted the Northerners to give the impression that they have more population than everybody else. But that's a different story. So they hate the Opera brothers. If you're an Opera brother, it means you're from the Eastern region. So they will go around literally hunting them down and shooting them. So he said, "Are there any Opera brothers left to be shot?" Okay, I was again saved because I lay among the dead and pretended to be dead also. So when I could no longer hold out, I got up and walked to the table where one of the stewards was sitting. I shouted, "Please take me to the soldiers." At this stage, I was getting fed up. So he said, "I can no longer stand this strain." Now somebody emerged from under the big table on hearing me. It was Mr. Lekiti. Mr. Lekiti is a Ghanaian who apparently was hiding from the savage soldiers. He decided to give ourselves up to the soldiers. He was my uncle, and I was his nephew. That was the plan. This strategy worked wonderfully. And when the soldiers heard of us, they shouted in unison, "Why were you hiding?" He said, "We don't want to be killed. We don't want to kill Ghanaians. So why are you hiding? They are our friends. Yorubas, Efiks, all are our friends. We are after Opera's brothers." So they're specific. If you're wondering about the definition of genocide, you would normally target a specific ethnic group. So this is an example of it, soldiers themselves declaring that they're after Opera's brothers. Now, we are going to finish them off, he said. They took us upstairs where we saw more dead bodies, some of whom I recognized. Now, Mr. Lekiti and myself gave the soldiers £10 for drink. They drank until 6:30 a.m. the following morning. This happened at night, which was the 2nd of October. The reason why they trapped so many people was the 1st of October, which is an Independence Day, which is a celebration, like a holiday. So people are returning and traveling. So the airport was full of those who are arriving, those who are departing. So they pounced on all the people of the Eastern origin or Opera brothers. Now, these soldiers had some harsh things to say about Opera and Igbos. Opera was their arch enemy, who must be destroyed. Why did they kill our leaders while Opera, Zik, Osadebe were left out? If I wonder who Osadebe is, Osadebe was the one who was the governor of the Midwest, and his name suggests Igbo. Zik, of course, Azikiwe, who was the president, was like a queen equivalent of the first Republic of Nigeria at the time. He wasn't in charge, but he was the first, he was like the queen, like governor general equivalent. So you have Opera, who is Igbo, Zik, who is Igbo, and Osadebe, who is Igbo. They were left out of the January 15 coup. And this was really irking them and really annoying them so much that they want to kill everybody who is from Igbo. Okay, so Mbadive, they said, was the only Igbo man who would be spared on this march to Eastern region. So we're already planning to march to Eastern region Okay, so this killing was happening in September, end of September, first week of October, 1966. They are planning to march to Eastern Region because he was a good man. They'd say Mbadiwe is the one who had the opportunity to make Enugu an international airport. Instead, he messed up and moved it to the north, as usual. Now, all other Igbos must be destroyed. Of course, that's the impression they give. If you're good to them, then they try and spare you for the time being until they get to you in the end. Now, at 7 a.m. that same Sunday morning, they asked Mr. Lekiti and myself to get ready because we are going to show you how we have dealt with opera brothers and sisters. So the soldiers took Mr. Okpawa, who is pretending to be the nephew of Mr. Lekiti, who is a Ghanaian. They took us to the railway station in an armed Land Rover, an army Land Rover. And there we saw a sight which I would never live to see again to my dying day. Over 600 men, women, and children have been mowed down. They have been killed while they were waiting for a train to take them to our region. A few of the children were still creeping over their dead mothers, shouting, "Mama, I am hungry. I want to drink." Some were sucking at their dead mother's breasts and left them to suck on. It should be borne in mind that 3 days earlier, this is the annoying bit, 3 days earlier, before this unprecedented massacre, it was announced over the Radio Kaduna, some called Radio Fusion Kaduna Network, that a passenger train would be leaving Kanu for Eastern Region on the 2nd of October, and that all those wishing to travel should report to it on 1st of October at the railway station. Of course, over 700 Igbos packed to the railway station. The announcement was made by, guess who? A Mr. T. George. Mr. T. George is a senior train officer who incidentally is a native of Idoma. He was educated at Methodist College in Uzakoli. So he was a member of the Nasarawa Club and attended all the meetings where they made the decision to kill all the Igbos in the north. Now, when all the Igbos had entered the railway station, he ordered that the gates should be locked, so they couldn't get out. They drove us to the local running shed. So I just showed the background. We tell you what happened at the Kanji Dam. The police went to the siren. Everybody who wants to go, come to the police station. Here, they made on the radio, Kaduna, very popular, by somebody who they are familiar, hearing their voice, someone from Idoma, who was at the Uzakoli, which is in the east, where he schooled. So his voice is familiar, in order to lure all those Easterners who want to travel back to the east. 700 of them descended. They went to pack their things and go on the bank holiday, which was on the 1st of October, and they were mown down. Okay? So these people, I want to stop there for now, because that's the experience that was going on in Kanu. So this guy, of course, eventually managed to escape and got home, and this bullet was fished out from his skull, and they lived to tell the tale. So that I'm just sharing this with you all so that you know the background to what happened to your people, to our people in the northern part of Nigeria. So I'm giving you the killing fields of K, Kaduna, K, Katsina, K, Kanji Dam, and K in Kanu. There are so many other towns with similar stories, just killing after killing after killing. So the only killing, the story goes that this killing stopped when? Anyone know? When there was no more Igbos or Nyamaris left in the north to kill. So as a result, there were an exodus, right? You weren't going to be told to hang around in the north. The only thing that's everyone from the east, the only thing in their mind is how do we get home? They abandoned everything. They started walking. Some jumped into a plane that was going somewhere. Some jumped into a train. And when they got to Otubo or near the border of Enugu, As they're about to cross the River Benue, the train will stop. The mob will jump in, kill as many as they can, put the bodies back in, so that when they arrive at Enugu, they're injured, maimed, half dead, and so on, to frighten the Easterners. Okay? So that was the killing that was going on. I'll now quickly speed up and take you to the scenario then of what happened when the Igbos or the Nyamalis left the north. Yeah, it would be interesting to know where the houses, the Sabungaris, what actually took place. What happened then? Now you got rid of all the people from Eastern region. So, as evidence, I present before you a report from New York Times. Somebody called Lloyd Garrison, who went back to the Sabungari in the Kanu. Yeah, he went there on the 7th of December to report what was the state of affairs after the Igbos have left Sabungari. Yeah, it's good to look at it now from the other side. He said, after the massacre of over 2,000 Igbos in Kanu in September 29, 1966, and the massive exodus of Igbos that immediately followed, New York Times correspondent Lloyd Garrison visited a deserted and desolate Sabungari Kanu, where the eastern Igbo quarters, and filed this report. Okay, so you understand the background. The killing has now stopped because no more Nyamaris to kill. Okay, now somebody needs to go there and find out what has happened. Okay, so he says outside the old city walls in Sabungari, or strangers' quarters, that's what it actually means, Sabungari, where the quarters in the north, you're not allowed to live inside their walled city because you're a foreigner, you're a stranger. So you left outside. So outside the walled cities, the houses were now empty and the streets were deserted today, except for a stray dog resting in the shade of a tree. The only sound was the creaking of the house doors as they swung gently back and forth in the light breeze. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew several doors shut, and the dog, as if startled by a rifle shot, crouched. The sound left the dog trembling with fear, even now, more than 2 months after the massacre of Igbos in the heart of the northern Nigeria Muslim North. There's little else to remind one of what happened here, except the sight of the occasional litter, the torn Bible on the floor of the Baptist church, and the OK Jazz stationery store. Otherwise, the shops and houses have been stripped of their furnishings, as if no one ever lived there. 30,000 Igbos once filled these dwellings, 30,000. But now, the Sabungari has become quite simply a ghost town. The bloodbath began on the 9th of September 29th, when northern troops opened fire on the Igbo refugees standing by at the airport. By dawn, northern soldiers with automatic weapons and civilians with machetes had swept through the city, burning, looting, and killing. As if by signal, most foreign observers here are convinced that the pogrom was planned. I told you before that it was not only planned, they didn't just have automatic weapons, rifles, bows and arrows, bricks, anything they can use to kill people. They also have typed addresses of where the Nyamari is supposed to live. So it's not something you say is a riot, it just happened, it was planned. And then, the slaying spreads to other Igbo communities in Nigeria, vast northern interests. So that's part of the report. Now, carry on with the report in the New York Times. No one knows how many were killed, and that's the fact. It's difficult to estimate the actual number that died. The report, the tribunal were mentioning, and those who escaped with their lives were able to tell the story. There are worse, gruesome stories which cannot be told because people who he was acted upon have died. So they're not telling you the full story because you can't. It's just impossible. The extent of the calamity that befell our people. But the official census of the Northern Military Nigerian Lagos had approved. You see, you have to approve. They say, well, we're going to agree that 7,000 died. That's that. If 7,000 died, you have to times it by 100, as you and I know. Okay, so that's the one the official government approved. They actually agreed that thousands died. That's the key thing. Now, this is considered to be a conservative estimate. That's according to New York Times. A conservative estimate means it's under exaggerated. Now, Northerners here do not talk about what happened unless you ask them. Surprise, surprise. And their responses frequently include a comment that, the Igbos had it coming to them. Some samples. They were too pushy. So if you're very pushy, you should be killed. That's what they're saying. They took the best jobs. Okay, so because they have good jobs, you have to go and kill them. I told you before, there's something called privileged pariah. They were privileged because they had these jobs, but they are pariah, they're hated because they're in the different parts of the country. So you kill them because they had the best jobs. They weren't content to do business. I don't know what they're supposed to do. You can't come into your wall city. They're not content to do business. They wanted to run everything. Guess who's running everything Nigeria at the moment? Okay. Now, they called us backward because we were Muslims, really. Okay. But we were reading Arabic for centuries while they were still cannibals, really. Okay. Now, these are all the comments when this reporter went around asking, what happened? Can you tell us about these Igbo people? They're pushy. They don't want to do business. They call us backwards. They are cannibals. And so kill them. Yeah? Okay, now, if there was a plan to rid of the north of all Igbos, well, Harrison said he has succeeded. More than 1 million Igbos living in the north and in many other parts of the Federation have retreated to the sanctuary of the Eastern region. So remember the word, the sanctuary. So Eastern region, which later became Biafra, was as a result of all these killings. People retreated into what we call the sanctuary, into their homelands, into their villages, to their hamlets, where their extended families absorbed them. So if you want to talk about Biafra, you cannot but mention this. Yeah, it was a retreat into a sanctuary where you at least you're not going to be killed the next minute. Okay, there's nowhere else that was safe for you. Okay, now in the East, it is widely believed that the pogrom had religious overtones because the Igbos, of course, are Christians. But of the 32 northern soldiers now in detention, so actually they arrested some of the northern soldiers in detention. They have roads in killing. Most of them, they said, were southern half of the region, in other words, the mid-belt, where missionary education was permitted to penetrate. Remember I told you missionary education was not allowed to go into the north because they said we want to rule indirectly. Therefore, we maintain the Muslim way of doing things. Therefore, book is haram. Hence, you have Boko Haram. So therefore, if you learned anything about how you read and write and so on to do the modernity things, it was said to be haram. You're not allowed. So, but in the middle belt, missionary managed to get up there. And therefore, you have people like Gowan, whose father was a priest, and he was able to read and write, and therefore was anyway, and people like him. Now, 11 of those who were captured, the rioters, they said 11 of them were Catholic, and 10 of them were Protestants, and then 10 were Muslim. So these are the group of soldiers who did the killing. Now, with the Igbos departed, many predicted the North economy would then be paralyzed. So what happened when the Igbos left the North? All this, they had their privileged jobs and so on. Now, this is the situation. The breakdown may yet come, yeah? Because efficiency has certainly fallen off. So what are the actual Easterners doing in North? Well, there are some doubts that 50 million groundnut crops can be shipped to Lagos for export. There's some doubt about the economy. Now, but the train Now, this is what is not thing I'm telling you the Igbos have been doing. The trains are gradually beginning to run again. When the Igbos left, the trains wasn't running. So they had to get European engineers, okay, to help run the trains. Before that, they didn't need foreigners to run the trains. Unless you see Easterners are foreigners, of course. Now, and the Northern launched 2-month program to train Northern clerks, accountants, adding machine operators. They now have to recruit their own people, force them to learn to do all those things which the Igbos were doing. The telephone still worked, and the mail gets through. Although a letter posted from Lagos may take a week to arrive in Kanu. Let me repeat that. When the Igbos left, the letter you post from Lagos would take you 1 week to arrive in Kanu. It used to take 2 days. So that is the type of efficiency the Easterners were providing to the Nigerian economy. 2 days from Lagos to Kanu, your letter will be in your hand. Okay? When they left, it took a week. So Nigeria went backwards when it comes to running its commerce. Okay, now for too long, says Aminu Kanu. Aminu Kanu, one of the politicians, said for too long, we've been letting outsiders do things for us while we sat back relishing our traditions. Now, he says, now we will have only ourselves to blame for not advancing into the 20th century. But we must do it ourselves. So he recognized that there was some issue between them not being in touch with modernity. They now have to wake up and start doing things which the so-called Nyamuris were doing for them. Okay, so I parked that one side. So that is the background which I'm trying to bring to you to appreciate what has happened when the Igbos left the northern part of Nigeria at the time, between, October to December. So there's an issue before Biafra is launched, what was happening to Nigeria. So in the north, they have emptied the north of Igbos. Okay, in the west, although some stay behind, the majority of them are run back to the east, to this sanctuary we're going to call Biafra. Now, so the same reporter, Garrison, okay, Lloyd Garrison, for New York Times. What did he do? He went to Enugu, the receiving end, where the Igbos are run to, went to know what was happening on that side. He said, after over 1 million Easterners from the north poured into Enugu, this is a report, on the 9th of December 1966. So now, he says, there's an estimated massacre of Igbos in the north, in Kanu, for example, and other parts of Nigeria. New York Times correspondent Lloyd Garrison visited
All right,
Enugu.
Mazi, I need to ask you some questions. As you know, I have to interrupt you now and then. It might look a bit rude, but we have to do that. Listen, Mazi, I am so I don't know how to describe it, because I'm busy listening to you, knowing as a person who was born after the war, this whole thing for me is a nightmare. Now tell me, what is it about our people that we will wait for the last minute till when the knife is on our neck, we will not run for our life? And I mean, it is not just then, even today, we know that we have millions of our people in the north. And if anything has to happen today, it will be back again to history. Please go ahead.
Okay, to answer that one, you have to also understand the background to how Nigeria was in the 60s. Remember, we've been killed in 1945 in Jos. We've been killed in 1953 in Kanu. Okay? Now, this is 66. The strange thing about 66 was the primordial hatred was now unleashed. Is this deep-seated hatred was now industrialized and fanned. The emirs was at it. The soldiers were joining in. The civilians were joining. You can't call it a riot anymore. In fact, it was planned to empty the north of anyone from the east. So that is this now an industrial scale killing. Now, in May, when the first riot was taking place, Major General Aguirre who's supposed to be an Igbo person, was the one head of government in Nigeria. You agree with that? So he was able to stamp out the May 66 rioting. They actually physically sent troops to go and quell it, and restore peace and order. Ojukwu told those people who managed to escape, it's okay, you can all go back now. There'll be no more killing. This is the last bloodshed we're going to have, so that we will, there'll be peace. His friend, Emir, Bayero Emir, who he made the chancellor of, Universal Nigeria and Nsukka, much to the consternation was Nnamdi Azikiwe. Nnamdi Azikiwe helped to form the university. Okay, Ojukwu made a northern emir a chancellor. Okay, at the heat of the 66 when he became the governor. So now this friend of his reassured him that there'd be no more killing. Okay, so people, particularly from Newi, then went back because they listened to Ojukwu. Then went back to the north. Then what happened? They got killed again. Okay, now you can blame them for why did they leave at the last minute? They were reassured in May. Okay, so now because we were reassured in May, they were able to go back. Now, what then happened was there's a chain of events, which one thing, when they then killed Agi Urunsi, and this one is the coup, which Gowon became the head of, Muritala Muhammad and his gang, they killed Agi Urunsi and started killing all the Igbo officers. So there was no more support to prevent any further killings. So the people living in the north, they have to literally make their way home. Okay? You will say, why don't they do it then? But because the coup was aborted, the eastern part, this was a coup which was supposed to take over the whole Nigeria, but the eastern part, Ojukwu was still in charge. He heard there was going to be a coup. He ran into the police station where he stayed and he was guarded. So they did not get at him. They didn't get him to replace him. You remember the Enugu garrison was run by the northern soldiers. Benjamin Adekunle was actually in charge there at the time. So they could have killed Ojukwu, but the coup didn't work. So at that stage then, Ojukwu became the only person who could ask people and protect them. He couldn't protect his people because he can't tell them, stay in the north. Don't come back to east or whatever. So he says, if you can cross this line, if you can come over to the eastern region by whatever means, then you are safe. Going back to this concept of sanctuary. So when they were told to return, every nook and cranny, anyone who can write, say, if you have a relative in the north, you were told, come home. That was one singular information. Come home was the message, and Igbos, they poured home. Okay, so I would agree with you. At the moment in time, we tend to leave things too late, but at the 66 killings, they had no choice. That's why they came home in droves. Okay, so we have to perhaps differentiate that. Now, dial that forward. I believe in the 80s or so, 90s, they were trying to kill the Igbos again, right? So Ojukwu said, look, this time round, we're not running. We're not going to go anywhere. I've forgotten what declaration it is. Is it the Kanu, Kaduna, or whatever declaration is called? They say, if they kill enough, kill them back. Yeah, so he warned the Kanu Emir. When you start killing the Igbos, remember, when this time finishes, there'll be nothing left in Kanu. So that's how they backed off. Okay? So they decided, we're not running anymore. We're going to stay there and die and fight with them. So there's a change in the scene. For those who feel that, you can just go and kill the Igbos anyhow you like.
All right, Mazi. All right, not interrupting again, but I need to come in here. Now, would it be right if I say that the reason why our people don't want to leave the north, even till today, is because of business interest and wrong investment they made in the wrong place?
Okay, I will answer that. First of all, there's also, in addition to what you said, there's this concept that they have built a house, they have a hotel, and so on. So if you join the Biafran struggle, we're going to lose those hotels, we're going to lose those houses.
There we go.
It's an erroneous understanding, because as of now, this very minute, your house, your business, whatever it is you build enough cannot be guaranteed. The only thing that guarantees it is that you have a Biafra as a country, so that if anything happens to you, you be a foreign indigent, they have to compensate you for what you have. At the moment, they feel that, well, we're not going to join this Biafra train because if we do, we lose our investment. It's a wrong thing. It's a wrong thinking. And the second part to that question is, why did they not invest in Biafra land? Because there's nothing there. You don't have the roads. Go to the north and see what the roads are like. You don't have the trains. How many trains do you have in the Igbo land, Biafra land? You have the infrastructure. It's not there, and it's deliberately so that you're forcing them to invest outside Nigeria. So if you change that scenario whereby you quit the East, there'll be no need for them to go and live there and stick their neck out, because they know if you have a beauty contest and a stage in the north, and somebody said, we don't like what's happening, they kill the Igbos. If there's a lunar eclipse somewhere, they turn around and kill the Igbos. If there's a Denmark cartoonist drawing about Muhammad, they turn around and kill the Igbos. So I'm afraid the scenario continues until our people understand that they once upon a time, the killing stopped. Not only when they killed all the Igbos in the north, also when they had a place called Biafra, you have to come and defend and fight your way through every village. And in the end of that fighting, they say no victor, no vanquish. Because unless you have a place you can call your home, you're carrying going to be killed like a stray dog, I'm afraid to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please continue uninterruptedly. I think we still have almost half an hour to go again. Take it up.
So the theme I was developing then was the fact that we have now been to the north, we've been kicked out. The report from the garrison, from these garrison guys, this is the background in the north. Things are not running as efficiently as they think they're good at. Yeah? Because the Igbos are providing some important services. The English or the British who appointed them to those posts before independence was because they are the ones who can read and write, who can do the job properly. Okay, the British will not say to you, oh, because you're from a tribe 7, therefore I'm going to appoint you. They say, you are from tribe whatever, you can do the job, I appoint you. So that's one thing that was not made known to those in the north. So they saw those who came from outside as privileged pariahs, as I keep using the term the sociologists use. So I'll now tell you what happened at Enugu. So they are poured into Enugu as the capital or other parts of the eastern region. So this garrison went there to report the events. Now, this is what happened. So he got to a place where they called, where they were settling the refugees. So here is a snippet of what happened. Somebody was lining up and they said, what is your name, sir, please? They asked the man behind a desk, yeah, without looking up at the applicant standing before him. So people are returned and they went to an office to register the fact that they're refugees. Is there any job for them? So this is an important part of why Biafra came. These are refugees that need to be rehabilitated. There are over 2 million. Remember the Rohingyas scenario, they left where they were and the whole world knew that there was a crisis. Anywhere where you have a flock of people pouring into one part, yeah, be it people leaving Syria, people leaving Afghanistan, doesn't matter where they are, when they arrive at the other destination, they become refugees. But when this happened to the Easterners, they poured into the Eastern region. And somehow, there was no external help. Even their own government, who's supposed to help them, turned their back. And this is what led to Biafra being established. I'll come back to this theme. So, Garrison therefore visited what was like a center where these people have been processed. Yeah. So he said, "What's your name?" So my name is Sunday Ofokaja. Ofokaja. I'm not sure I pronounced it properly. Ofokaja. Yeah, Ofokaja. So age 41. Occupation, certified public accountant. Sign the card here and print your name and address under the signature. Said the man, "Fine. Next." So they were being processed. It's not a laughing matter. There are people in the queue. They were being processed. You're an accountant. You're a mechanic. You're this. We have to try and find a job for you now in the eastern region. Okay. So there was people who were destitute. Remember, this is December. Christmas is coming. The school fees haven't been paid. The children, some have escaped, some have, and so on and so forth. Now, so this reporter was reporting the scenario in the eastern region, the crisis on one of the towns. Said it was such an abrupt ritual that the accountant had no time to say more, to pour out his desperation, to tell how he lost everything in Kanu, his job at the bank, his car, his TV set. And say that this was, and then say all he had was his lucky escape with his life. Without a word, this Sunday guy turned and left, passing a long line of refugees that stretched along the corridor down the steps of the Eastern Region Refugee Commission headquarters here in Enugu, which is the region capital. The accountant was one of slightly more than 1 million Easterners, most of them Igbos, who fled to their eastern region homeland after the September massacre, Easterners living in northern region. The commission here is well staffed and is working overtime to settle the refugees. But it is an awesome undertaking. So far, the Eastern Region government has earmarked £2.8 million equivalent for rehabilitation. Meaning it's okay. They said $2.8 million because they're writing in the American newspaper, New York Times. They say that's the equivalent of $2.8 million for the rehab. And then the federal government in Lagos is supposed to contribute $980,000. Now, nearly half of this total is going to pay the salaries of hundreds of civil servants who retreated here from all parts of the Federation and who had been absorbed by putting them on the regional government payroll. So the scenario was you worked for the government, but you have now left Kanu, you left Kaduna, you ran away, and no one is paying your salary. So you have to be absorbed by the Eastern Region government. Okay, bear that in mind. I'll visit this later. Now, the bulk of the rest of the money, which is more than 600,000, is being invested in new farm cooperatives to increase the food production and provide new job opportunities. But we are already encountering some difficulty with all the farm schemes and so on. So I will spare you reading the whole story if you get a chance to study it. What it is that the government was trying its best to rehabilitate these people who have then left in a hurry. Their television, their cars, their jobs not being paid, and so on. Someone had to somehow carry this burden. In the tradition, be an African tradition, an Igbo tradition, someone comes from somewhere. So you have to rely on your extended family to support you. If it wasn't for the extended family system, it would have been impossible to reabsorb 2 million people, which is 17% of the population at the time in the Eastern region. Okay? So that was the background then when all the killings was going on in the north, and we now have Eastern region as a sanctuary. Okay, if I just use that term for now. We're now talking December. So what was going on? Well, I tell you, there was a song, okay, because every single village or town that you go to, if your relative didn't come back from Lagos or from Kanu, from Zaria, from Kaduna, from Maiduguri, from Sokoto, you have a story to tell. I said last time, some people were cut in pieces that they weren't even culturally allowed to be buried in their own compound. So the scenario in the eastern region in the December of 1966 was very, very grim indeed. And artists, those musicians, they always sing about what they're seeing in front of them. So there's a song by Rex Lawson that goes something like this. Onwuzuruwa. Yeah? Onwuzuruwe. Let me just force myself to sing it. Onwuzuruwe. Mashingi arawanne. Ashingi arawanne. Onalima. He played it over and over and over again. It was the mood, it's a somber music. Everybody heard it. And he was just playing it over and over because Onwuzuruwa means there's death everywhere. There's nowhere on the planet where you don't have any death. So it's like a balm to try and cushion the impact, the people, the suffering, just to dampen them down. Okay? But, human beings, we're not satisfied. The Igbos, on the other hand, the people who were in the eastern region, they felt they needed the vengeance. It's like when you send the Abriba warriors to go across the north and kill as many northerners as possible. Yeah? So there was some areas where, indeed, the northerners were attacked. But the Juku said, we mustn't do this. No way. He wasn't going to have it. So you needed some strong leadership at that time. Otherwise, you have internal killings everywhere. So Juku forced them to remain calm. And in fact, he went and rounded the northerners and spoke to them in the Hausa language, asked them to pack their things, and they would be escorted. Can you believe that? They had the soldiers, the army, to escort them out to the east. Some took the flight, some were taken across to the Niger border, they went to go via Lagos area. So they were escorted out of the east by the forces in the east, so that they would be immune or protected from what the general public were seeing. Okay, so it took strong leadership to be able to dampen the anger that was welling in the eastern region. Okay, so this was around December. Okay, so this is before Ojukwu then had to go to Aburi, because at this stage we say we've been chased out of Nigeria. Okay, one who is rejected by others cannot reject himself. It's time for us to go. We're going to lose a lot, but it's time for us to go. And this is what Ojukwu has to tell them. He has to provide strong leadership. We're talking a 32, 33-year-old man as a head of state. Can you imagine? Okay, he said, of all the things that we suffered, this is a quote I got from 1966. Indeed, he said, we are braced to face and encounter the challenge of the future. We believe that the tomorrow we face, or the battle for survival, will not be won by bullets or savagery, but by brain power, modern skills, and the determination to live and succeed. We also believe that out of the carnage and wrecks of the past will emerge a new breed of men and women who are resolute, powerful, and prosperous. That's Lieutenant Colonel C. Odime Ojukwu, 1966. Biafra hasn't been declared, but he has to calm his people. He has to tame them. He has to tell them, let's look not for revenge, but to build a new country, build a new path to survive as a people. Okay? That is what we mean by strong leadership. And he had a class, 1966, class 1970, to thank for. They were really, really up for it. Okay. Sorry, you were going to say something?
No, not at all. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, so what I said, therefore, we needed strong leadership. At that time, otherwise Nigeria would just flare up. Everybody just go take the knife and go to the north and start killing for what has happened to their own people. So he managed to contain it. As you know, Ojukwu, when he came back from exile, he was called Eze Bulubulu Igbo. Is that right? Eze Ndibo Bulubulu. And he says, Onu Nekuru Orama. Now is the mouthpiece for his people. So he stepped in the gap. We've never seen such a leader He came in to dampen the pain of his people. And then he was told that we should, why are we still in Nigeria? He took one extra step called the Aburi. Yeah? He has to go that extra mile. And this is very important. As I said last time, the killing started in May. It was in May the year after, 1 year before Biafra was declared. Biafra, as you've been to understand now, is like a sanctuary. We can't go back to Nigeria, they kill us. If we stay here, well, we have to build a new system. But we built Nigeria, but we have to now build. Remember the trains, remember the newspaper, remember the post office running efficiently from Lagos to Kaduna or to Kanu in 2 days. When we left, it take off the 1 week, if at all it gets there. Okay? So the efficiency with which Nigeria was run, thanks to those people, has now been kicked out, and nobody cared. Right. Now, so that's against the background to which we are now going to find a solution to all these killings. And that is why Aburi was called. Why Aburi? Well, Aburi was because the last time they had a conference when Gowon became the head of state, or they took over the government, there was a conference going on, and while the conference was going on, the killing resumed in the north. So Gowon wasn't actually stopping anybody being killed. And in the end, he got exasperated. He said, for God's sake, the killing has to stop. Enough bloodshed. Enough. So, but from July, August, September, October, people were being killed. He did nothing as the head of state. Okay? So, he made fancy speeches. God has made it possible for the Northerners to become the head of state again. He wasn't really doing anything to stem the bloodshed. But so we got to December. We now got to find a solution to all this goings on. So that is why Aburi was an important meeting. The Aburi meeting, I bring the British in a bit. The Brits. We're looking for where we're going to have this conference. If Ojukwu went back to Lagos, they'll arrest him. They'll kill him. If he went to the north, he'll not be safe to come back. So he says there's nowhere in Nigeria where we can sit down and have this meeting. That's how bad things were. And of course, Nigerians had to come back and say, well, we can't trust that Gowon will come to the east and be safe either, which may well be true. So why should they cannot have the meeting about the future security of the country within the same country. So that's how bad things were. The British stepped in. Oh, why don't we have this meeting at the British warship parked outside the shores of Nigeria in Lagos? So, any scholars, history scholars here, why that would not be a good idea? British government was offering them to have this conference in a British warship off the coast of Nigeria. And of course, Ojukwu did history in Oxford. I think you will have come across the history of Jaja of Opobo. Jaja of Opobo, as you all know, was trading independently and competing with the British under Victorian rule. So they said, let's have a conference in our boat parked outside Opobo. So he by the way, when he comes, don't bring your army. It's okay. So he turned up for this gentleman's meeting. They kidnapped him, extraordinary renditioned him to West Indian island, and on his way back he died. So you could remember the history. So you can't go and have a meeting in the British boat. So he has got an antecedent to follow. So therefore he said, no, I'm not going to a British warship to discuss what's happening. So this is where the Ghanaians stepped in. General Ankara, who took over from Nkrumah, decided, let's have this meeting in Ghana, a neutral ground. Ojukwu flies straight to Ghana, and the Nigerian delegate would go to Ghana, and they will meet at the conference place. So, 4th and 5th of January 1967. So we survived 66 with a lot of wound for the people of the Eastern region. We now need to find a solution. So they went to Aburi on 4th January and 5th of January to discuss how are we going to live together. okay, in one country. What is the way forward? So, they met in Aguri. I'll say to you, after the war, Gowon said, there are no victors, no vanquished. Is that not so? And we have 3 R's. Yeah? Reconstruction, reconciliation, and rehabilitation. Yeah? Great. Okay. All sounds very good, but if you study it, there are 2 cons in that 3 R's. Anyway, we'll come back to that. The Aburi Accord had actually 6 R's, what I call 6 R's. After the war, you have 3 R's. What I'll say to you, if we have carried out the Aburi Accord, the 6 R's, there'll have been no need for the 3 R's, which was a sham anyway. Okay. The first R of the Aburi Accord was the renunciation, okay, of the use of force to settle Nigerian crises. That's the first R. Yeah? We are not going to use military force or any other force to sort out Nigerian internal problem. Renunciation of force was number 1. They agreed to that. The second R was reorganization of the army. Why do we need to reorganize the army? Well, we have the Northern Army going around killing people who are not of Eastern origin, and nowhere else is safe in Nigeria. So the army needs to be reorganized. Who army have you got? Is it Northern Army? Is it Nigerian Army? Is it Yoruba Army? Or is it Eastern Army? So the army needs to be reorganized, and they need to stay in their own station, their own regions. Because if you're an army officer of Eastern origin and you go to the north, you may not come back, and vice versa. So the army needs to be reorganized. That's the second R. The third R is what they call the regional autonomy. Yeah, you have to return to the regions, because the whole rioting, they say, UNC brought Decree 34 and tried to force everybody into becoming one country instead of their regions. We want to have our regions. So all the decree, when the military came in 1966, was rescinded, and they returned to regional autonomy. That's R number 3. R number 4, now, I mentioned to you, those people lining up in Enugu, trying to find a means of living again, we call rehabilitation of the Eastern refugees. You need to rehabilitate them. You need to pay their salary. You need to remember this area, this region now needs support from the center. You need to rehabilitate those who have been killed. We aren't even talking compensation yet. Just get them employed. Get their means of livelihood going again. We need to rehabilitate them. Don't wait till you finish killing them in the war and start rehabilitating them. You can do it now. Okay? So that's the 4th R. The 5th R is what they call revenue reallocation for financial secretaries. They were supposed to meet, and their revenue reallocation was to be formalized. Yeah, they're supposed to do revenue reallocation. Okay? So at the moment, Zamfara, we have gold, and we're not bringing it to the center. And the riverine area, we say this oil belongs to us. We want to. So the formula for sharing what you have was discussed in Aburi. That's R number 5. R number 6. Let me explain this one. They wanted the actual recording. This particular peace talk, they wanted it to be handed over to the OAU, Organization of African Unity, what they call Adi Amama, as a guarantee that we have had a chat. This is what we discussed, just in case other countries don't know what happened. So Ojukwu brought this idea. They said, no, we are brothers. No. This is an internal matter. We will deal with it. No, we're not going to go to the OAU and hand over what we discussed. So this R number 6 was not agreed upon. But every other R, 5 out of 6, as I mentioned to you, the renunciation of use of force, the reorganization of the army, the return of regional autonomy, the rehabilitation of Eastern refugees, the revenue allocation, all these were agreed upon. Okay? And something about if you going to have a decision, it has to have concurrence of all the various regions, because they now have regional commanders. Everything was formularized, and so those are the principles on which Aburi was based on. So Ojukwu didn't get the 6 out of the 6 R's, the one where you report all the findings and deposit it in OAU. They turned it down. But nevertheless, the whole conference was recorded in a gramophone long play LP, so that it is possible to play it, so nobody will say, this is not what we said. And at the end, they all have to read the transcript, and they all have to sign it in front of General Ankara. General Ankara read it and said, anyone want to amend anything? They said no. And they signed it. And if you look at the pictures, Ojukwu and Gowon was eating from the same plate, a bowl of rice, if I recall, and some meat in it. None of them was using a long spoon. Okay, they were eating as brothers. Everybody agreed. The Aburi Accord was very, very successful. So on the 5th of January, they all left Ghana. Everybody breathed a huge sigh of relief. Whew, we can carry on again as a family. Then the problem started. The problem started because when Gowon got back, the permanent secretary said, did you know what you signed? Do you know you signed away Nigeria? Really? We're going to be a confederacy. What's that? Well, Ojukwu have confused you people. You know, he went to Oxford. Very, very sad. And maybe I'm over dramatizing this. This is very serious. The highest authority in the country went and had a conference. They signed a form, which they should abide by, and then one side decided not to agree with it any longer. This is where Nigeria was destroyed. Okay? So not only were the Easterners kicked out of the Federation, they tried to come back in a way that will accommodate everybody. Okay? And this was turned down. Gowon, instead of announcing, this is what we have done, this is announcing to the nation, this is what we agreed at Aburi, this is what we're supposed to do, he decided, maybe I gave away so much. So what exactly did you give away? Yeah? What did you give away? Yeah? Did you give away the fact that renunciation of force as a way of solving the problem is not a good idea? Is that what you gave away? What about reorganizing of the army? What have we got now? We got Boko Haram in the army. Yeah? So-called repentant Boko Haram in the army. The Nigerian army, who are they protecting? The army is not reorganized. If it was reorganized in 66 or 67, we wouldn't have this mess. We'd have an army which is neutral and able to respond to any threat to the nation. What about regional autonomy? Well, that's what we are vying for now. Everybody wants to have their own autonomy. If this region wants to do this region, that is what is happening now. How about rehabilitation of refugees? You now have, because you didn't do this to the eastern refugees, you now have internally displaced refugees in the north, more than, I dare say, than they had in the eastern region before the war started. So failure to rehabilitate the eastern refugees have left you with more internally displaced human beings in the Nigerian than they had. So another failure. Okay, revenue allocation. Well, Zamfara will discover gold and will not bring it to the center. And those who have oil bring it to the center. And how long when this run out? Nobody wants to contribute. Everyone wants to take from the center and not allocate accordingly. Okay? So there are issues then as a result of the failure to carry out the 5 R's on Aburi Accord. You ended up with a war, okay? Because renunciation of the use of force was abandoned, and you used force to force people back in to the country. So that's a failure number 1. because of that, renunciation of force was not applied. Officers and gentlemen, you ended up asking for 3 hours. You ended up having to reconstruct areas where you destroyed in your 3 hours. You have to reconcile with the enemy. Yeah, your brothers and sisters supposed to have been in the same country. You need to reconcile them. And then you have to do rehabilitation. We should have used the funds to rehabilitate those refugees in the first place. But the rehabilitation, which you did after the war, was a joke, because rehabilitation started, or reconstruction started in Festac town in Lagos. You built a brand new stadium, and then you carried on. It's not coming to the east. You moved it to build a brand new capital in Abuja. So the area where you had the war, you just ignored it. So there's a lot to learn from Nigerian history about what happened at Aburi. And they're still thinking about it. The failure to implement Aburi is what led very, very rapidly to the nosedive that created Biafra.
All right.
This is where we headed in the first place. So January came.
Mazi, can you hear me?
Everybody, Ojukwu got back and celebrated. Aburi was a success, because you remember he was being told, don't go, because there's nothing to, we can't trust the people any longer. You told us to go back when they killed us in May. They didn't, they carried on killing us. Now Aburi, you brought Aburi. What do you think will happen if Aburi is jettisoned? Do you think Ojukwu will ever be trusted again? Okay? So,
all right, Aburi, Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to give you a 5 minutes break, and we'll take a break this side. I mean, you've been talking for more than an hour, and that's not an easy, it's an act. So I want you to get some water, and we will come back in the next 5 minutes, and then, of course, you will start wrapping up. I feel like you can talk the whole day today. That's the mood I am in. But I'm willing to give you even another 15 more minutes. But let's take a 5 minutes break, and we'll be back. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, we will take a quick break and we will be back. We are talking Biafran History 101, Part 4. And with me, of course, is Dr. Okachi Lewis, all the way from the United Kingdom, telling us our history. Bob Marley said, if you don't know your history, then you're lost. You will not know where you're coming from. And also an Igbo adage says, and I quote, and this is Constructive Argument with Mazi Ikechukwu on Radio Biafra.
This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Ikechukwu. Bring your argument, and we've got the solution. Constructive Argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you covered. This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Ikechukwu. Bring your argument, and we've got the solution. Constructive Argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you covered.
Now, this is a live program for those of you who might think it's a recorded. It is live, it is direct. I've got my pen, my paper ready, and I'm learning, and I hope you are. Let's go back to Dr. Louis Okachi. Mazi, can you hear me? If you can, please take it away, and I will give you 15 more minutes to the top of the hour, and we will call it a day. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, and the whole world is listening. Let's do this.
Okay, so we just quickly remind ourselves, we just talked about Ojukwu going to Aburi as the last resort, and his people are waiting with bated breath to see whether that will help them survive the killings they endured. So Aburi was hailed by those who were there, including by the Ghana head of state, as a success. It was done behind closed doors without any outside interference. But when they got back, those who were supposed to take the decision as the Supreme Military Council, who were the highest authority in the land, somehow decided to backtrack. They said, what we signed is not really in the best interest of the nation. I'm not sure which of those R's they want to change. So January came, Ojukwu announced that on Aburi we stand. Aburi is something his people hope will allow them to have some catch their breath from all the killing. But even then, remember what I said, he told them in May to go back, everything will be okay, they got killed. Some who stayed got killed, so there's nowhere safe. They went to Aburi as a last resort. Now, instead of implementing Aburi Accord, they're now dragging their feet. They're going back. So January came, the 4th and 5th, after the conference, nothing was implemented. They started leaking some of the information from Aburi, which wasn't accurate. The Ojukwu had to counter it by releasing the gramophone play of what the conference was. And of course, if you're trying to fool the Igbo people, you just ask to hear what one person have said. They want to hear the other side. So they have listened to the Aburi Accord on the long gramophone play, and they printed a shirt on Aburi We Stand. Yeah, that's really it. The Ojukwu was made a stand on Aburi We Stand. So they printed a T-shirt on Aburi We Stand. So that started selling a whole cake. But what was happening is as January rolled into February, there was a suspicion that Gowon was not going to carry out the implementation of Aburi. It's really a kick in the teeth. So there was, if you like, it's always good to look at outsiders' recording, not Eastern region or a Biafran person, an Igbo person. New York Times stepped in on the March 8th, 1967. They reported that Ojukwu has addressed the press meeting, about the increasing difficulty the Eastern region was having with Lieutenant Colonel Gowon, who was the federal government. Referring to the differences, he said, Ojukwu said, I cannot see us bridging seeing them bridged, the differences between the Lagos government and the Eastern government, because they're not implementing what we said. Okay, it's now 2 months. Remember, it happened in January. 2 months since the Aburi Accord, the government therefore moved, concerned about the deteriorating situation. So it was the Ghanaian government was now really getting concerned. So what was happening was that after that meeting, and implementation was not going on, so Ojukwu started stating that, look, if you're not going to carry out all that we have said, okay, it is going to be necessary for us to take alternate measures to safeguard the security and safety of our people. So when he said something like that, it became like a warning shot to Gowon. So Gowon was saying, hang on, we're going to resist any invasion. We're going to resist any secession. But no one is threatening secession. But Ojukwu was saying to him, we have a problem. The people who have run away from the north, from other parts, need to be rehabilitated. You're not doing anything about it. And it's part and parcel of the agreement. So they say, well, if the East secede, this and that and that. So you could say the East is not going to secede, but we'll see if attacked, of course, we will defend ourselves. These are the conditions for East seceding. East will secede if there's a blockade, okay, and if physically attacked, we have every right to defend ourselves. So that is what was happening now. We're heading to tension between the Nigerian Lagos government and the Eastern region government. And I explained to you what that means. Ojukwu said in February that if by the end of March 31st, the Gowon has not started paying some money towards the rehabilitation of all these people and implement their burial accord, then he, Ojukwu, will have to do something to secure his people. Okay? So, they announced that on the 31st of March, there's something called Survival Edict. Survival Edict is an important thing to understand. It means that every tax collected in the eastern region, right, instead of paying it to Lagos, you now paid that tax to the eastern Nigerian government, which are going to use to pay for rehabilitating people where you have extra places in schools, extra hospital requirement, all the infrastructure you need to do for the 2 million are poured into that part of the country. So it's a 6-page edict directing all federal tax collectors in the east to pay the revenues direct to the eastern region. Gowon went berserk. So you can't do that. He blockaded the eastern region. He sent a gunboat to blockade them so they can't transmit anything outside. They can't trade with anybody. So Ojukwu said, hang on, there are 2 ways of killing somebody. If you shoot at them, I forgot the exact quote. So if you shoot somebody, you'll be accused of murder, yes? Also, if you strangle them, you'll also be accused of murder, yes? So it says the East will secede if attacked. A physical attack, which is or an economic blockade. He said, we all know when you pick up a pistol and shoot a man, it is called murder. And equally so when you strangle him. So what Ojukwu is saying is that if you're going to strangle our trade, so that we can trade, then we're not going to be able to survive as an entity. And I can tell you for free, before the war started, commodities like salt immediately started becoming expensive. So we're already on an economic blockade before the war started. People don't know this. So Nigeria imposed a blockade in the east because Ojukwu was saying, I'm going to collect the tax in the east. I'm not going to send it to Lagos because they're not using it to help rehabilitate these people who are desperately in need of rehabilitation. So the whole thing was, if you like, it was spreading in the media. So much so, there's something called the liaison officer in international post. Every region in those days, be you north, midwest, west, and east, you had a representative office in Washington, in America, in London. In other words, it's like your own mini embassy. So the Biafran or the Eastern Region's liaison officer had to take an advert on the newspaper in the New York Times to explain the eastern side of what was happening. Because the Americans were now accusing the Eastern region, oh, you're about to secede. You're about to secede. What is going on here? So I read you the letter in the New York Times from someone who is the liaison officer.
All right, Mazi, we need to start wrapping it up. Our time is up, and of course, next week we start the part 5. Please go ahead and round up. Thank you very much.
So this letter will help us to understand the East's position before Biafra was declared. He wrote a letter. So in a letter to the editor of the New York Times, the Eastern Region Nigeria Liaison Officer, Mr. Oji, explained his position. This is the summary of where we are before Biafra was declared. He said, Eastern Nigeria appreciates your concern over the crisis in our country. To eliminate possible misunderstanding, however, may I comment on 2 points. Your March 11th editorial referred to me as an Eastern Nigerian who represents himself as liaison officer in the United States for Ojukwu's regime. So they already started calling him a regime. I am not here for self-appointment. For 4 years, I served as consul, commercial, for the Nigerian Consul General in New York as a Nigerian of Eastern origin. I was recently forced out of that position. He's already been kicked out as a Nigerian. Okay? Now he's representing the Eastern region. The Eastern region, therefore, gave me a current post. Each of the 4 regions of Nigeria had the privilege of representing abroad or promote trade and investment. Eastern Nigeria has had a representative in New York and London intermittently during the last few years. This is no different in the recent opening in New York. My office is properly registered. It is free world. We are entitled to provide information of concern and interest to the American people to make known our point of view. Here we go. A picture captioned March 10th said that Colonel Ojukwu, the military governor of Eastern Nigeria, is leading a secessionist movement. Colonel Ojukwu is not leading a secessionist movement. He is attempting to lead the people of this region out of an untenable position forced on them by northern-dominated federal government. Some 30,000 Nigerians of Eastern origin were killed in the north during 1966. Some 2 million Eastern Nigerians were forced to flee other sections of the country and seek safety and protection in their home region. There is little understanding of the awesome burden placed on the Eastern region to provide housing, jobs, security for these people, whose presence has expanded the population by 17%. And there is little understanding of the indifference of the federal government to their problem. The situation demands a reallocation of revenues between the regions and the federal government. Accordingly, Colonel Ojukwu and his government of the region met in Aburi, Ghana in January, negotiated an agreement which, among other things, provide for a study of revenue to reallocation of the finance secretaries of the region and the federal government. The Eastern region has been calling for such meeting of the finance secretaries, but the federal government have not acted. Only the implementation of the Aburi Agreement can save the Nigerian Federation. This is the fight Colonel Ojukwu is leading, not a secessionist movement. So that was the, if you like, the situation where we are at the moment. Because of the reneging of the signing at Aburi, Nigeria faced a situation where the East had to decide what to do next. Okay? So the next time we talk about it is the Declaration of Biafra. I think I've been able to lay bare where we started and how we got to where we are. So whereby Colonel Ojukwu at that time, then and Gowon were not singing from the same hymn sheet any longer. They were no longer compatible because Ojukwu was saying one thing, Gowon was insisting on certain things being done. And as a result, Ojukwu was going to ask the representative of Eastern Nigeria to tell him what to do. So they called the chiefs and elders, 300 of them turned up, and they voted with their feet that we have been kicked out of Nigeria. Let's go it alone and declare Biafra. So he got the mandate, and Biafra was declared. Nigeria invaded on the 6th of July 1967, and you have Biafra, Nigeria war. Thank you very much for listening.
Stunning. Awesome. All right. Next week, Friday, if God permits, and of course, if your time permits, we're looking at part 5. So what should we be expecting Biafran history part 5?
I will think about it. It would be the declaration of Biafra.
Absolutely. All right.
And why Biafra was declared. I've given you all it's purely for security. It's a safe haven from all the killings. But we haven't declared that you then have to defend your right. And that's what happened. And from there, we lead to humanitarian crises that made Biafra a conscience of the world.
Thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate your time once again. And of course, if God's saving us and sparing us, we're looking forward to part 5 next week. Thank you, and God bless.
Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.
All right. That was Dr. Justice Okachi Lois, of course, giving us History 101, Biafra History Part 4, and we are looking for Part 5. This is going to be an archive because our children must know. They must learn. He was talking about Kanjidan. Can you believe when I was in primary school, they were shoving down this Kanjidan in my mouth, telling me about Kanjidan. I have no clue what the hell is Kanji. And today, there we go. But nobody was telling me about Aburi. Nobody was telling me about the killings in Kanu Airport. Nobody was telling me everything about us. But today, it has been laid bare in the open, and we know who we are. And of course, we must restore Biafra. All right, that has been Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Ikechukwu. Of course, led and read by Dr. Justice Okachi Lois.
This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Ikechukwu. Bring your argument, and we've got the solution. Constructive Argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you covered.
All right, thank you very much, great Biafrans. And of course, this is where we are going to leave it tonight. It has been indeed an intriguing one. It has been a beautiful one indeed. And I thank our brother, Dr. Justice, for giving us this in-depth history. My goodness me, I've never heard it this good before. And of course, we are going to leave it here, and if God's sparing us next week, we will be back again. And of course, I want to close with this. Wherever you see Oji, Alhaji, Oji Okalo, and his co-conspirators, treat them as a non-grata in Biafra land. They have been officially declared an enemy of Biafran people. So you know what to do. Do the needful. All right. Goodbye. And may God bless Biafra. From me, from here, it is goodbye.
Radio Biafra. We saturate the whole of Biafra land. Wherever you are, just touch the dial 102.1 FM. Olu, Owerri, Enugu, Anambra, Abakaliki, Nsukka, Asaba, and many more. Radio Biafra. We got you covered. Radio Biafra, the first and the last.
So we have a very, very, very special guest with us today, Dr. Uju Anya. And she is a professor at Carnegie Mellon University in applied linguistics.
Yeah.
And so welcome. So I had two more questions and I want to open it up. Has this experience changed the way, because like you said, you kind of go in, you use Twitter, you kind of almost like prepare, like you said, to teach when you go in there. Has this experience changed the way you're looking at engaging in social media, or do you intend to continue to engage in the way you have?
So even in this, my most intense moment on social media, fundamentally, more than I am anything else in this world, more than I am a mother, more than I am a researcher, more than I am a sister, a community member, I am a teacher. And if I'm going to do anything, I'm going to teach.
Right.
And even in that very intense moment of profound pain and my outburst, my emotional outburst of deep, deep pain, I was teaching. I followed up explaining that there was a genocide against the Biafra people.
Right.
Right. Who were trying, the Igbo people who were trying to form an independent nation of Biafra. They wanted to be separate from the country that the British Empire had imposed on us, which was this country of Nigeria, where they kind of took a bunch of independent nations who don't have anything to do with each other, don't even speak each other's language, don't relate. Many of them were even enemies and warring at the time, smushed them all together and drew these arbitrary lines around them and called them countries and named those countries.
Right.
And then said, now y'all get along and do a country for us and be a union for us. And then go through, contentious, bloody independence processes that never really yield any real independence. You're still part of a commonwealth afterwards.
True.
And you have the eternal meddling in your affairs and the eternal extraction of your resources and the eternal fomenting of divisiveness and infighting in order to be able to control you. This is what an oppressor does, a colonizer does. These are tactics and strategies of dominance.
Right.
We were subjected to that as a larger unit of Nigeria. And then when the Igbo people said, we want our own thing, let's go and do that. Well, it so happened to be that the territory that this new country of Biafra was going to be in included very, very rich oil reserves. And the British were not going to let go of that.
Wow.
And the people that they had put in power, their puppet Nigerian governments weren't going to do that either because they needed it for the Nigerian project.
Right.
And Britain needed it for its own interests and uses. So Great Britain got directly involved in this civil war and in the war for independence and decided that they would do everything to make sure that Biafra did not go.
Wow.
And this everything meant directly funding genocide of the people of Biafra. This is what happened. This is the historical record. I'm not saying anything that's in doubt or in question, right?
Yeah.
Even when it was happening during this period of 1967 to 1970, the BBC themselves were producing documentaries decrying it, covering all the protests that were happening in Great Britain.
This is recent.
Yeah, this is very recent. My sister, for example, is turning 60 this month. And my sister was alive at that time. She was like 5, 6.
Right.
My other brother was alive at the time, and my second brother was in my mother's belly. She was pregnant during this time, running from village to village to escape the bombs that they were throwing at villagers. So when we tell you that 3 million people, some people have said up to 5 million, 6 million, or some people quote low. So the sort of average agreed upon number that you really cannot contest is about 3 million. When you think of a Holocaust,
right,
this is a Holocaust.
Absolutely.
Now, the Holocaust that we typically were most familiar with is the most famous one against the Jewish people.
Yes.
Where they, 6 million of them were massacred.
Absolutely.
So at the most sort of conservative estimation, they did half of us.
Right.
Half that number. Civilians. These are non-combatants. And more than 1 million children alone starved.
Wow.
The British paid for that. And Queen Elizabeth II was ruler. She was monarch at that time. This was the government that she was supervising. Now, I don't buy this notion that she was just a statue, if you will.
I was going to ask you that question.
Or a decorative plant.
Right.
Or, some kind of, I don't know, tchotchke sitting on the shelf.
Right.
This was a ruler. This was someone, the very crown that she had on her head, signifying the fact that she's a monarch, was made from plunder.
Right.
Diamonds, blood diamonds.
Absolutely.
So the throne that she's sitting on is a throne of blood. So you cannot say that she was just this little old lady or this figurehead that really had nothing to do with anything, and it was just the British government that were making their deals and, governing however they would, without relating it directly to her, because she directly benefited her very position as a monarch, the palace that she lived in, the opulence, the obscene levels of wealth that she enjoyed.
Absolutely.
Were all paid for by our blood. And I don't say this figuratively. Right. And I don't say this as something that, this long remote past, let's say, of human enslavement, which on my mother's side, she's from Trinidad, my ancestors over there were enslaved by the British. I'm talking about recent living memory of people still alive today. Her money, her government funded our slaughter. And people expected me to be calm or to be, I don't know what they expected.
Right.
When the person who literally paid money for bombs and guns and military supplies to come and massacre your people is dying. Right. You're not supposed to dance. What's the reaction to that?
I remember when we found out that Osama bin Laden was killed, and Americans celebrated, right? Because they held him responsible for 9/11, which just passed, and that terror that occurred and those 3,000 or so people that died.
Yeah.
And it's like, but when it's our terror, when it's our pain, when it's our loss as Black and brown people, and we, particularly when we express it in a way that challenges, white supremacy, the white supremacy dominant narrative, and this, kind of almost like Disneying idea that people had of a queen, then all of a sudden it's like we're always told to be civil, to be calm, to be peaceful as Black and brown people. And so, but when it's somebody that you feel harmed America, you can dance, you can celebrate, you can take out your flags, and that's held up. You can have lynchings were celebratory things in the history of the United States of America, where they would have a parade and party and
take children.
Question before we close out, because I saw in the wake of Queen Elizabeth's passing and this conversation around colonialism, a call for reparations, right? I think Jamaicans were saying, like, instead of having more, like, we need reparations.
Absolutely.
You spoke, you taught us about this very recent history around Biafra. Is there a movement or calls for some type of reparation? Because, we've seen reparations happen with the Holocaust of Jewish people. Absolutely. Deservedly so. You mentioned, I'm part of the National African Americans Reparation Commission that was started by Dr. Ron Daniels.
Absolutely. First of all, the Queen never once apologized. She never once opened her mouth to say sorry. Everybody, the history records know what happened and what was done in her name and for her crown. Not just to the people of Biafra, but you talked about the Kenyans, the Indians, the indigenous people, right? Native Americans. So it's just never once have they taken responsibility and just said sorry. So what I am advocating for, and what a lot of people are advocating for, Number one is to just recognize what you did and say sorry. And then we can move on to conversations about what does reparations look like. It could look like leaving the oil alone.
Right.
It could look like, actual payments and repayments, of the compensating the 3 million lives that were lost.
Right.
I don't know. We haven't even gotten that far yet because we can't even get them to admit the shit they did.
Wow. Man.
And how does that feel as a language professor to know? It's so, it could all be so simple.
Yeah.
And then just that refusal.
They continue to dehumanize us. That's what it feels like. We are not even human enough to them to sit down with them as equals and say, this is what you did to us. And they recognize it and say, yes, this is what we did. And we're sorry. Even though it's open record, the fact that they never open their mouth and sit down with us and say it shows that they continue to view us as less than and undeserving of the common acknowledgement of our humanity and our dignity to say, yes, we harmed you and we're sorry.
Powerful, a powerful way to end,
and that's why we call it This Week in White Supremacy.
Absolutely,
yes.
This is a perfect synopsis of the theme of this show.
And the article we're going to share as our white pages is a recent article. Dr. Anya just wrote "Critical Race Pedagogy for More Effective and Inclusive World Language Teaching." Asking folks to, you said you liberated this article from behind.
I did. It was behind a paywall, and I used money from my research funds to pay the publisher to not put a paywall on it, because I believe that the teachers that I work for and I write for, who benefit from my work and who I also benefit from the work they're doing because they provide me with material for scholarship and investigation. I believe that they should have free access to the results of the work I do for them and with them.
Well, we greatly appreciate you doing that and appreciate you taking the time. I know you're busy. I know you've been kind of bombarded with media requests that you would take the time to come and sit with us and be so passionate, so vulnerable, and so open about his journey. And we're thankful to have this relationship with you now and looking forward to continuing to support the incredible work that you're doing at Carnegie Mellon University.
Thank you.
And onwards and upwards.
I'm in the Modern Languages Department in the Second Language Acquisition Program.
Absolutely. All right. Any closing thoughts? And I know we got some announcements. Treble?
I just want to say I am extremely grateful for you sitting down and talking with us, because you taught me a lot just by listening to everything that you were saying. And you provided not only us, but our viewers with the context that is needed to understand why there's a mixed reaction to the death of the Queen. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here, for hosting me. And thank you for, being my entryway into Black Pittsburgh, where I want to dwell.
Oh, that means two things.
Let's get it.
Come on, let's go.
That means two things. BlackPittsburgh.com.
Yeah,
yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I know it's a lot, so I really appreciate you trusting us, and thank you so much to your partner as well. Just love y'all.
I took the time to come here, and I do get a lot of requests, but because you are Black people working for us, and I want to be a part of this community and what you're doing. So thank you for having me here.
Thank you so much.
This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha. Bring your argument. To welcome back once again. Of course, it is Radio Biafra. This is Hello Motherland, and I thank you all for joining us this evening for History Lesson.
Mazi.
Good evening and welcome to Constructive Argument. Thank you very much, Mazi. We need to go ahead
straight. It is an hour that we have this evening. If you can take it from now to the top of the hour, Biafrans are listening. Please go ahead.
Greetings to all Biafrans. Regards to our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and we pray shortly that he be released. It's been a privilege and an opportunity to share with you the history that brought Biafra about, and we're still in the history. It's dynamic, it has not stopped, and we are therefore living the history. So before further ado, so the usual protocol for everyone respected. Thank you all for listening. So let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, strength of my Redeemer. You say. Mazi, some of the tracks you played are quite interesting. Thank you for playing this track. I was trying to sing Always Away before, which that is exactly where we were before Biafra was declared. My talk this evening will be from Aburi to the declaration of Biafra, because that's when everything unraveled. Most of you understand the Aburi Accord. Events that led to it, but after the Aburi, until the 30th of May, things moved very, very fast. And therefore, I'm going to try and unmask as much of it as possible. I was also happy listening to Asampete Special, and when you played it, it's one of those music where when you go to a party in those days, those who can't dance, so those who have 2 feet like me, and those who are sitting on the wheelchair, those who have got delay actually get up and dance. It was a wonderful
goodness
time.
me.
And then the Ikenga's
Superstar.
Long Live Africa. The interesting thing about that one was when the group of Biafran soldiers, when they got out of when the war ended, they had nothing much to do, no employment, so they formed bands, and that was one of the tracks from that group. It's a party shaker, as in those days. So thank you for playing them.
It's a pleasure.
We're going back to this Aburi. What exactly happened from the 4th and 5th of January 1960s was that an attempt was made to calm nerves, to find a solution to how do you now live together in a country where a section of population have been massacred. They ran back to their villages, awaiting further instructions. They told Ojukwu, don't go. You can't trust these people. He said, let's go this extra mile. They went there, they discussed, they came up with solutions that will save the country and unite everybody, and they tried to patch things up. At the end of the accord, Ojukwu and Gowon were eating with the same plate. Most of you will see the video. I think Gowon put a meatball in his mouth and Ojukwu picked some rice. And none of them used a long spoon or a long fork. They were eating from the same plate. So something very, very strange happened when they got back, Ojukwu to the eastern part and Gowon to Lagos. What we believe happened was that Gowon was given some strange instructions. And rather than announce as now the head of the government, remember, before Aburi, Gowon was not recognized by Ojukwu as the head of the government because he had a coup. At that moment in time, the commander-in-chief, Major General J.T. Aguiyi was missing, although we knew he was killed. He was not being declared as killed because Gowon took over power. So it was at Aburi that Gowon was conferred the actual privilege of being the supreme head of the Nigerian government by the Eastern delegation. Because up until then, the East have not recognized him. So people forget to know that. So Ojukwu had to recognize Gowon, who is if you like, has got a higher rank than Ojukwu himself in the military. But in the military, it depends on the rank. Gowon rank is less than Adebayo, who was the governor of the West. is no more than Ojukwu's one, because they're about the same. In fact, the person ruling the Navy was more superior than all of them. Yet Gowon, because of people backing him with a gun, made him the head of state. So at the gunpoint, he was made head of state, but it was the Aburi that they all agreed, including Ojukwu, that he should be pronounced the head of state. When he got back, therefore, Ojukwu couldn't announce everything that was decided at Aburi. He had to wait for Gowon to do so. On arriving, rather than announce it, Gowon gave the impression he was ill. He had a cold. He couldn't make the announcement. People were looking at Ojukwu, what did you guys discuss? Ojukwu said, well, you just have to wait. It went well, we're okay, and so on and so forth. So, days passed by, nothing happened. A few days further, nothing happened. So, Ojukwu began to think, what is going on? So this is really where Nigeria unhinged. Because what was happening at this stage was Gowon was getting instructions from his permanent secretaries and perhaps from foreign people who were advising him that this thing, if people decided that Aburi is not going to work, because it's going to be a way of dividing Nigeria, pushing them into a confederacy instead of one country united. But what they forgot was that what they decided at Aburi was a way of patching something that was broken. They are one country still, but what was decided was to have individual regions running their affairs. You can't have an Igbo person now going back to the north because Ojukwu told them to return and they were killed. You can't say that a second time. No one will listen to him. They've been chased out of Lagos. They can't go back. There's no guarantee for their safety. So there's a need for them to stay in their separate regions until temper cools. Okay? So that was what people misinterpreted as confederation. If you're running the eastern region, you're going to have a police force, your army, your area of command, you look after that area. The same for the north, the same for the west, the same for the Midwest. So that's what was agreed. And they agreed on certain formulas on how to share their revenues and resources and so on and so forth. But if you then start going back on those terms, and they're supposed to, part of the clause, if you change a clause, you have to talk to other governors of those regions, so you have concurrence. Everyone agrees. So no one is left out, no one is pushed away, there's no suspicion. So all these things was in place as a safety. And the Ojukwu's group and the rest of Nigeria's group, their secretaries, they read through the minutes of the communique, the minutes of the discussion. Ankara himself, the Ghanaian head of state, also went through it and asked them, are you people happy with this? Yes. Would you want to change anything? They said no. They signed it. Ojukwu and Gowon apparently was driven to their respective airports or planes by Ankara himself, and both of those sat in the same car. So it was very, very strange when Gowon started talking about things which was not decided and signed, gramophone, tape-recorded conversations at Aburi. So I've been emphasizing this Aburi because if Ojukwu tell people to go back to the north and they were killed, he can't say that again. He goes to Aburi and they make a statement, and then you don't agree on or honor that statement, they're not going to listen to him anymore. Remember, at this stage, there's nowhere safe to go and have a conversation or have meetings in Nigeria up until then. So it was a very strange situation. So I summarize it by pulling out a comment which Ojukwu made in when the confusion started. Gowon eventually made a statement and started retracting, changing what was published in Aburi. So Ojukwu, I just pulled this out, he said, anybody who was present at Aburi meeting and has read the minutes, the communique, the statements, verbatim report, in other words, line by line, would be surprised that a person who calls himself a head of state, now what you were talking about, Gowon, could so deliberately mislead accredited representatives of foreign governments by saying that the implementation of each item of the conclusions required prior detailed examination by the administrative and professional experts in the various fields. Put in a simple language, you as head of government, the highest authority in the land, have gone and made a decision. You then come back, it's like the cabinet in the UK, the government in the UK have gone somewhere, made a decision. You then come back and your permanent secretary say, no, we're not going to agree with this plan. You tell them what to do. They don't tell you what to do. And the delicate nature of the situation is such that your permanent secretary can only advise you. They can't change the content of the communique. So Gowon was saying, hiding behind the permanent secretary, he said, these people are giving us a different advice. But they're not running the country. You are. Okay? So the conclusions in Aburi were no proposals, but decisions. That's what Ojukwu is saying. They were not proposals. We're not proposing this is what we ought to do. These were decisions taken by the highest authority in the land. Okay. So this topic is called On Aburi We Stand. So if the highest authority in the land are taking decision concluded in Aburi, how can you then start changing it unilaterally? Remember, part of the content was if you change it, you have to get the concurrence. Everybody who signed the paper have to agree. You can't then change it unilaterally and expect everybody else to agree with you. So it doesn't work that way. So-called gentleman's agreement. They're officers and gentlemen. They should honor what is signed. Not that honoring it is going to devalue or put any other part of Nigeria into if you like, under bondage. By honoring it, you're respecting every part of Nigeria equally. You're not victimizing anybody. You're trying to soothe or find a balm for those who have been injured and try and alleviate their suffering. You're not there to dictate to anybody. So then he says that what happened, in fact, Ojukwu was saying, was that specific matters, namely the decrees and section of decrees to be repealed, the mechanics of army reorganization, the question of rehabilitation of refugees were referred to experts. You have made a decision, now experts, you go ahead and do it. Okay, so the meeting of the financial experts to be considered the question of rehabilitation, displaced persons, has not been held because the Ministry of Finance has not come round to doing that. Okay, the meeting would serve any useful purpose. They haven't done that. So the army experts met and reached agreement, but these were rejected. So the finance people have not met yet. Then Ojukwu continued to say, Lieutenant Colonel Gowon told the heads of missions, now this is very important, you are the head of government, so people want to know what happened in Aburi. Remember, the British want to get hold of this information because Nigeria was created by them, Nigeria is owned by them. Whatever decision you made, it's like you're having your own constitution. Every constitution prior to then was made in London. Your 53 constitutions, Macpherson's, Richards, all these constitutions were made outside Nigeria. Now this one, you're making it in Ghana. And you came back, it's going to alter whatever the British have organized. They don't want to hear it. They want to make sure they understand it. So, Ojukwu said, Lieutenant Colonel Gowon told the heads of missions that the agreement about returning the regions to the position before January 17th, that also meant, in effect, that the federal government in Lagos will continue to carry on its function as before. That is right. In other words, what they did in Aburi was to say all the decrees issued by the military since January 66, we're going to repeal them. We're going to cancel them. Because Aguirre wanted the country to be united and unitary. Decree 34. But they've decided that Aburi, we're going to cancel all those. Okay? We're no longer going to go ahead with those. But then Ojukwu said that Gowon failed to inform the world that the decision taken at Aburi, the federal government meant no more than the Supreme Military Council. Okay? No one, of course, who knows the sort of advice Gowon was receiving in Lagos would be surprised by the suppression and distortion of the truth. So he said that Gowon has already started changing what was decided. So he says the actual Aburi decisions, for those who are following the history, reads as follows. Members, Ojukwu said, agree that the legislative and the executive authority of the Federal Military Council government should remain in the Supreme Military Council, to which any decision affecting the whole country should be referred for determination, provided that, were it possible for the meeting to be held, then the matter requiring determination must be referred to military governors for their comments and concurrence. If you make a decision, you got to allow all the governors to come together and make a decision. Okay? I'm going to go very quickly because there are various things Ojukwu said in this statement which is rebutting what Gowon was saying, dishing out to the foreign press and saying, this is what we talked about in Aburi. So Ojukwu said, no, these are not what we said. And he therefore decided the best thing to do is to come up with the idea of playing this long gramophone if necessary, okay? So that everybody would know what was decided. He said it's a clear statement. The question is prepared to distort the verbatim. So it is clear, he summarized, that Gowon was prepared to distort the statement, okay, of the verbatim report of a Aburi meeting. And therefore, to help the public informed the Eastern Nigerian Broadcasting Service will be playing the tape records, yes, and proceeding live at scheduled times. Arrangements have been made to transform these tape recordings into long-playing gramophone records. He said, we are also going to ahead to print and publish the documents and records of our Aburi meeting. We in the East, he said, are anxious, and that's to say the least, to see that our difficulties are resolved by peaceful means and that Nigeria is preserved as a unit. But it is doubtful, and the world must judge, whether Lieutenant Colonel Gowon attitudes and their exhibitions of his insincerity are something which can lead to a return of normalcy and confidence in the country. That's a very damning thing to say. He said, I must warn all Easterners once again to remain vigilant. The East will never be intimidated, nor will she acquiesce, in other words, agree, to any form of dictation. It is not our intention to play the aggressor. Nonetheless, it is not our intention to be slaughtered in our beds. We are ready to defend our homeland. Fellow countrymen and women, on Aburi we stand. There will be no compromise. God grant us peace in our time. So this is really, I had to read that out so we all understand that when the people said on Aburi we stand, it is the last bus stop. There's nowhere else to go if Nigeria reneged or messed up the Aburi Accord. So that is the reason why I'm drumming on this. Okay, so Ojukwu therefore fired that warning to Gowon. He should stop meddling, trying to tinker the agreement that was agreed. Don't try and change it. Start implementing it. Okay? If you don't want to implement it, well, I'll have no choice but to find a way of resolving the problem for those people who are desperate to need help from the government. Remember, the people of Eastern origin have been killed. and the government is supposed to be running around to sort things out. But they're not doing that. That is where it's hurting the East a lot. January 26, Gowon held a press conference in Lagos, which he reported to reveal the agreement of the Aburi meeting. Remember, he had a meeting and said, this is what we decided. Ojukwu was saying, my goodness, this is not what we talked about. So the text of the press conference appears to be based not on the minutes of the final agreement of Aburi, but on the criticisms of those documents by the permanent secretaries. Reading the two press secretaries, reading two side by side, one wonders whether Gowon was really present at Aburi. So that's how bad the disparity between what Gowon was saying and what was discussed. It's like somebody else who wasn't even there was talking about Aburi, criticizing what they decided. But that isn't what they're supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be implementing what was happening. Okay? So, Ojukwu then went on to say that if the Aburi agreement are not fully implemented by the 31st of December, okay? If you don't implement them by 31st of March, of 1967, remember, the conference was held on the 4th and 5th of January. February went, March just faffing around, doing nothing, exchange of words, playing with press. So Ojukwu said if by 31st the agreements we decided have not been acted upon because it's the Eastern people who need most help, the refugees need rehabilitating. If you're not going to implement it, Ojukwu said, I shall have no alternative but to feel free to take whatever measures may be necessary to give effect in this region to those agreements. What is he saying? If the central government in Lagos are going to run away from their responsibility, I, Ojukwu, will do something to help those who are in desperate need of rehabilitation. Okay? So that is how far the Aburi Accord had degenerated. Okay? So then what happened was that Ojukwu was then, because the significance of 30th of March is to do with financial year. So whatever has happened, 1966, we're now going to finish in financial year, it's a bit like the British one, 31st of March, because the 1st of April is the beginning of the new financial year. So whatever we've done, at the end of the financial year 31st, we need to decide what to do going forward. Okay. So, on the 31st, so therefore there's something called Survival Edict. Okay? Revenue Allocation Edict. Let me explain that. When the 1st of April came, the East felt necessary that from there on, when we collect taxes, rather than pay direct to the government in the Lagos, we use it to look after those who are in need of rehabilitation. That was step one, in the beginning of the headaches that led to Nigeria unraveling. Okay? So, for 4 months since Aburi, nothing has happened. Right? So, therefore, one of the reasons that Ojukwu did that was to make sure these people did not starve. Some salaries haven't been paid. Okay? And so on and so forth. I'll read a bit more for you. Right. So, when Ojukwu said this is what he's going to do, on the day the departure of Eastern Nigeria was fully expected, journalists arrived in Enugu for a press conference. Because when Ojukwu said that, people rushed to Enugu to go and hear what was going on. Okay? So, instead, they're still playing they're still talking about one Nigeria. Ojukwu told them that he was issuing a revenue edict, appropriating all federal revenue collected in the East as a means of paying for the rehabilitation program. Remember, they've started a rehabilitation program, but no one was funding it. And Aburi, of course, was supposed to fund it, but it wasn't. So Ojukwu had to collect taxes to fund it. So the decree did not affect oil revenues. Very, very important. Ojukwu didn't say those who are in the East collecting money and selling oil should pay me revenue direct. Nigeria will be threatened because they need that oil money. So Ojukwu is saying these are the tax we collected from people, company taxes and so on. Because the oil revenue, interestingly, is paid direct to Lagos. So Ojukwu was not asking for that. He's asking to collect tax and use the tax which he collects from the East, rather than handing over to the Lagos, use it for the rehabilitation. Okay. So now, as Ojukwu said, this decree did not affect oil, as I said, and these were collected. Now, the reporter was stunned. All the reporters were amazed. He said, how come? They had expected fire and brimstone, therefore to confront and say the physical problem that Ojukwu was pulling out. Ojukwu wasn't pulling out. He was trying to find a peaceful way of resolving the problem. So Ojukwu told them that the East would only pull out of Nigeria if she were attacked or blockaded. Okay? So here we go. People rushed in to go and hear Ojukwu when he says, if by the 31st nothing happened, we'll do this. So they came and they want to hear, when are you pulling out from Nigeria? When's they seceding? So they said, we're not seceding. But we will consider, we'll pull out of Nigeria if we are attacked or blockaded. Remember, the people in the East are now mixed up of those who have returnees from Lagos, from Ibadan, from Ilorin, from Sokoto, from Kanu, from Kaduna. They've all run back and with nothing doing, most of it. So the federal government, instead of doing something about what Ojukwu was saying, they gave their own decree, Decree 8. They issued a fresh decree, Decree 8. That's a document that appeared at first glance to implement major points of constitutional arrangements agreed in Aburi. Now this is very tricky. They brought out a paper saying, this is what we're going to do. When you look at it, you think, oh, they're going to agree, they're going to implement Aburi Accord. But it is not a fiscal arrangement. The Decree 8, like Aburi, vested the legislature and executive powers of the Supreme Council. And what it did, the decisions was made. Vital matters could be taken only by agreement with only two governors. But however, it gives autonomy. The federal government have the final say of what they did or who did what, which is against what Aburi said. Aburi said we'll all have to agree as a way of removing suspicion. But if you then bring out a decree saying the federal government have the right to veto and decide what to do, you're no longer going in the spirit of Aburi. Remember, there's tension in the country. So, what then happened is this. 4 months after the Aburi, they printed a new version, and it's very, very clever. Skillfully, they worded that, and it looks harmless indeed when you look at it, but you have to look at the main paragraph. It says one of the extra clauses was that the fact that the regional governors could not exercise their powers. Right? If you're Ojukwu, you're not allowed to exercise your power so as to impede the prejudice, the authority of the federation. Translated, it means Ojukwu cannot do anything without the prior consent of Gowon in the central government, and anything that the central government feels is going to undermine them, they will not allow it to go through. So if Ojukwu wants to feed his people, and the central government says, I'm not going to allow you, then it will not go through. So they'll be dictating to the East, which is not what agreement was reached at Aburi. So the next one So Gowon decides precisely what he would impede. So Gowon is the one who decides what would impede or what would prejudice the authority. It's like a rule you made, you haven't decided what is actually inside it. But you say, I have every right to change this particular rule. But you don't tell us what the rules are. Okay. Another section of the Decree 8, which was brought out after Ojukwu decided to collect tax from his region. And the federal government, Decree 8, said to take over the authority of the regional government, which was endangering the continuance of the federal government. And again, the creation was, the criteria was again apparently Lagos. So there's another part of this new clause, which Gowon issued unilaterally, that within it, the central government have the right to take over any region if they deem that they're going away from the dictates of the center. It's like imposing a dictatorship, and which they have not decided at Aburi. The next one, most menacing of all, to Eastern eyes. And this is important. The important thing here was a paragraph under which a state of emergency. Now, this is very critical. Remember, Tafawa Balewa government used state of emergency in the middle